affidavits obtained from them?
Was hierdie twee kinders toe onder hulle gevoel enige verklaring van hulle gekry?
Yes, my lord.
Dis reg so die dat
The one child indicated, and it was confirmed by her mother, that she did not see Joshlin at all on the Monday.
een van die kinders die hulle was wat ek wel gesê die res was die ma van die kind dat die kind nie Joshlin sou sien maandag.
The other child did indicate that she saw Joshlin on the Monday, and she did provide a statement.
Die ander kind het toe gesê ek het weer vir Joshlin die dag gesien, sy het vir ons verklaring gegee.
Her name, I believe, is Atandiwe.
Yes. Atandiwe.
Haar naam is Atandiwe.
Now, we ended off yesterday your testimony in a broad description as to what the inside of this residence looked like.
Dit was ook oor die vlugtige of verbeterlike hoe die binne kan lyk.
That's correct, ma'am.
Dis reg so julle maar
Can you give us an indication as to what it looked like on the outside?
kan u dan nog verder verbeter hoe lyk hierdie binne aan die buitekant.
The area.
Die area.
I understand, my lord. Like I've said before, the residence is a shack.
Ek het voor gesê die area is opgemaak met opslagte.
It is situated in the area we call Middelbos. The sub-area has a nickname, Tsitsira Tsitsi.
Dit is in die area van Middelbos met die sub area met die naam van Tsitsira Tsitsi.
So the residences and the houses surrounding the shack are also shacks.
Die huise rondom hierdie is ook opgeslaan.
Surrounding or right behind the area right behind the house, the shack of the Smith, is at this stage. I'm unsure still today, but at that stage it had a lot of stagnant water pools.
Achter hierdie huis, ek weet ons op die geval is nog in geval nog, achter hierdie huis is daar een hele klomp stallende water.
The house is also not adjacent to any road.
Hierdie huis is ook nie na die enige pad.
Just one moment.
So, apologies, my lord.
Just one moment. Mr. Blau, the evidence as I heard it, and maybe we should just clarify it. The witness said the structure was not adjacent to. Mr. Blau translated it not close to.
Hierdie opstand sal nie na die enige pad wees nie.
Can you?
Sal nie oorkant van enige pad wees nie.
Teen-aan.
Koppel aan die pad.
Yeah. Or teen-aan. Right. So
Teen-aan.
that's the Afrikaans for it.
My lord, I think teen-aan is the correct word. Let me ask it the other way. If you had to drive to that shack, how far would you get close to that shack, or where would you have to park your vehicle?
Waar sou u dit parkeer?
My lord, it's a guess, but I would say you would have to walk about 100 meters.
Ek sal skat die hele baan, ek sal sê of ons sal stap vir 'n afstand van 100 meter.
Maybe just to, and I'm not sure whether you're aware that we actually visited the place yesterday. We parked at a big open space on the hillside, not on amongst the other houses. And that was about 100 meters, more or less, I'm guessing, from where we parked. But
Yes, my lord.
and we were also shown other access routes in between the houses where one could potentially walk through to get there. Where did you park when you went there?
That is correct in saying, my lord. There are other access routes. The easiest access route is what I believe the court is describing to me. That is from the main road, the Diaz Road. You would turn right and keep on going straight on a tarred road, and you would park, and then you would basically walk and get to the back of the shack.
Yeah. So that's exactly the route we took yesterday. And where we parked, on that open piece of ground that was there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. And just for record purposes, is it correct that Diaz Road that you describe now, as you enter Middelpos, it turns into, or it becomes Middelpos Rylaan?
Hierdie deurstad dat een of ander gemaak het, is nog van Middelpos op, dan verander het in Diaz-eiland.
Nee?
No, Middelpos-eiland.
No, my lord.
Meer hele paar.
Diaz Road, yeah, I'm saying Diaz Road, I think it's Diaz Road, but that is the road that the police station is situated on.
Yes.
That goes straight through, and then you turn right onto what becomes Middelpos, that road that we parked.
Die Janse rood sal die pad wees waar die polistasie geleer is. Op in die pad en is een wedstrijd dat ry in Diaz aan Middelpos pad.
Yes.
No.
Thank you. Thank
The
you.
road eventually becomes Middelpos. It doesn't start out as Middelpos.
Oh,
But
it becomes.
it becomes Middelpos.
becomes
That's
Middelpos.
what the witness says. It was also my observation on my own car. It had another name when we turned initially and then changed.
As a court.
But it's of no moment. You turn right off Diaz. That's the road running as I'm looking out towards what I perceive as north, to the western side.
Indeed.
You carry on with this road, turn into that road, and then you get to the point.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Harmsen?
I just maybe Adam, my attorneys want to confirm from my observation of the map that we were given by Lieutenant Colonel Sabola from Diaz Road to the right into Murray.
Yeah, Murray
Murray
Road.
becomes,
That's right. That's also what my GPS on my car showed.
it's actually Murray.
It was Murray and then Middelpos.
I'm indebted. Thank you, my lord.
I commented to the people in my car what the name of the road was. That's how I recall it.
Thank you.
According to the map on my car.
Thank you, my lord. You had also described that you seized a pink flip-flop that you found in the house.
Die het ook geskryf dat die beslag het op een pink klappie dat die is gevonden.
That's correct, my lord.
Slechts hoe hele paar.
Is it a plucky? Did you say plucky?
No, lucky.
Plucky.
Ja.
Yeah, that's a common name for a flip-flop in Afrikaans.
Yes. Did you inquire from accused number 3 about this pink flip-flop?
Die ek gevind van 'n beskrywing wat hier in verband met die pink floppy klappies.
I did, my lord.
Ek het die hele paar.
And
She responded that it was not that plucky flip-flop that she was referring to. It must have been the other plucky.
Sy het ook gesê dis dieselfde plakkie wat sy van my laat gemaak het. Maar ek het nie dit is moontlik 'n ander plakkie.
right.
Klappie.
Can I ask you, the other 2 children?
Can I just pause there? because we didn't read in the contents of Exhibit M. So just for the record, in Exhibit M, mention is made of Laurentia Lombard, and that's how it was followed up. And the clothing description of the last time Joshlin left the house, according to this affidavit, she was dressed, and I'm reading, Joshlin got dressed in a light blue t-shirt and a light blue jean short with pink flip-flops.
Indeed, my lord.
So that's where it comes from.
Yes, my lord, and from the witness's testimony
Yeah.
of yesterday. He
No,
also
but it
referred
flows.
to it. Yes.
Thank
Indeed.
you.
Thank you, my lord.
So now you were going to ask about the other two children.
Yes.
Thank you. You
my
may
lord.
proceed.
Thank you. You did tell us about the other two siblings. Were they also there when you were there and doing everything there on the 20th?
Die het ook melding gemaakt van ander twee kinders, was hulle daar die tyd toe die daar was, hulle in die ander op.
My Lord, I don't recall seeing them there. I am unsure if they were there, but I did not interview them on that day.
Ek is nie seker of hulle daar was nie, en maar ek het geen onderhoud met hulle gevoer die dag.
That very same day, the evening, you proceeded in, later that day you had a meeting with other members. Can you tell us about that?
Later die dag het hulle vergadering gehad met ander lede, wat u ook daarvan vertel.
I don't fully understand the question, my Lord.
Saldanha Port of Entry.
Yes, that was basically right after we left the scene.
Dit was basis nadat ons die toneel verlaat het.
I went to Diasville Clinic in that vicinity.
Ek is toen na Dias
Clinic there.
kliniek.
My Lord, at that time there was already rumors and information flying around, and we learned of a possible sighting of Joshlin at the clinic in that area.
Daar is daar een ding wat daar was daar gehoor dat mense so Joshlin gesien het na die kliniek.
So when I arrived there, I found a shop that belonged to a Chinese national.
Ek was nadat ek daar het ek gekry wat gehoor in die televisie das one.
And this shop had video surveillance cameras.
Hierdie winkel het ook hier opname gehad in kameras.
Members of Saldanha Port of Entry were already there.
Die lede van Saldanha Port of Entry was wel daar gewees.
So I asked him to please view the footage
Ek het ook gevra om hierdie opname vir my te gee.
to see if there was any possible sighting, and then they could just report back to me.
Om te sien of ek nog iets kon gesien het.
And was anything positive found?
Was daar enige positief gevind?
No, my Lord, there was no sighting in that footage.
Nee, maar daar was geen iets wat kon gesien word.
That evening, according to your affidavit, around 8 o'clock, you did some more investigation. What did you do?
Die 8 daardie namiddag op die aand het u gesê u het verdere ondersoek gerig. Wat het u gedoen?
Yes, that's correct, my Lord. We brought in Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos to Saldanha SAPS.
Ons het toe vir mevrou Smith en meneer Apollos geneem na Saldanha SA. TD,
where we further questioned them.
waar ons vir hulle verder vrae gevra het.
Yes.
What we questioned them about?
No, well, it's not in dispute that they then made certain admissions to you. Those admissions are not in dispute. You may testify about that.
Hulle het so sekere erkenning aan die gemaak dat dit is nie geplaas nie in daarvan.
My Lord,
Well,
at that stage, both Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos admitted to being drug users. They said that they use tip.
Op daardie stadium het beide besluit 1 en 3 en kwam gesê dat hulle dwelms gebruik, hulle toe was hulle gebruik.
It was further established by Ms. Smith that she had an arrangement with a local man that she would.
it's not necessary. Don't go there. It's not necessary.
Understood. But okay, they both admitted to using drugs, and but they still denied any involvement in the disappearance.
Just one moment. Ms. Swanepoel. The portion that you've stopped the witness on, is it inadmissible evidence?
My Lord, that would be inadmissible character evidence. I don't think it's necessary to adduce that evidence.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. That evening, so you determined they are still saying they have no involvement in this. What happened to them after you had now questioned them? Where did they go?
Hier toe was hulle aangehou dat hulle geen aandele het in verband met stormissie, wat het toe verder gebeur.
Well, I didn't take them in. I excused them from the interview.
En dit het laat gaan.
So do you know where they slept that night?
Weet nie waar hulle geslaap het, ja.
I'm unsure, my Lord.
Ek is onseker daarvan.
The next day, Wednesday, the 21st of February.
Die volgende dag, die 21ste Februarie, die woensdag,
Please tell us what happened on that day.
ek kan nie vir hom sê wat so gebeur het op die dag.
My Lord, the morning of the Wednesday, the investigation continued.
Die oggend van woensdag, daar het die ondersoek voortgegaan.
I made use of our forensic social worker, Captain Benham.
Ek het toe gebruik gemaak van ons forensiese social worker,
Benham.
Mr. Benham, Captain Benham.
She assisted in interviewing the friend that I mentioned to the court that was confirmed to have not seen Joshlin.
Sy het toe aangevoer met die vriend wat ek aan nog nie gedeel dat sy die persoon was wat sy Joshlin gesien het.
Atandiwe.
No, the other friend.
Oh, the other one.
Nie ek aan die maar die ander vriend.
She also assisted me in interviewing and obtaining a statement from Joshlin's brother, Rico.
Sy het my ook sy help aan weggesit om verklaring te kry met vanaf dat ek rekord die broer van Joshlin.
My Lord, there was further leads that we followed.
Daar was ander lede die dat ons opgevolg het.
Ligting.
Ligting en dat is opgevolg het inderdaad.
There was a sighting of Joshlin at Wellington's KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Er was ook gehoor geweest dat Joshlin sou gesien word op Wellington, se KFC.
So I requested from my colleague who also works for our unit, Sergeant Hendricks, to follow up that information.
Ek het toe op een van sy lede, Sergeant Hendricks, gevra om dit inligting op te volg.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. I saw that you were uncertain about whether it's Wellington or not. If your affidavit indicates Malmesbury, would that be correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Gezien die ewigerend van Wellington, as die verklaring dan melding maak van Malmesbury sal dit reg is.
Malmesbury.
Sê is Malmesbury.
Malmesbury KFC.
That's correct, my lord.
Malmesbury is KFC.
Okay.
I would like to say, my lord, that it is a 5-page statement and a lot happened, so I could sometimes mix that up a little bit.
There is, of course, the possibility that you can refresh your memory if you need to. There's nothing wrong with that. It's admissible in law. So if you're uncertain, make the request and we'll see how to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Requested Sergeant Hendricks to follow up on this lead about Malmesbury KFC. What was the result?
Hier toe vir Sergeant en ons gevra om meer informasie na so te volg van KFC Malmesbury, wat was die uitslag?
He did inform me, my lord, that he viewed the footage and by then he had also seen what Joshlin looked like and he confirmed that this was definitely not Joshlin.
Hy het toe gesê hier waar ek het die video-opname toe na gekyk, aangesien hy man op die gebied toe Joshlin lyk, hy het verder bevestig dat die persoon nie Joshlin was.
You also determined the identity of another person that frequents the house. Who was that?
Hy het ook ander dat die teks gekry van die ander persoon wat so woon dan hy die so gaan. Wie sou die persoon wees?
That's correct, my lord. That could be a cousin of Ms. Smith, identified as Danilo, nicknamed Nilo Julius.
Dit is neef van meneer Smith, neef van meneer Smith, met die naam van Nilo Julius. Nilo Julius.
Yeah, Danilo Julius alias Nilo.
That's correct, my lord. So he was interviewed. He couldn't provide any information that was useful.
En hy was toe as 'n onderhoud gevoer, maar kon geen inligting gegee wat van belang is.
You also spoke to a shepherd. Is that correct?
Hy het ook met 'n persoon die naam van Shepherd gepraat.
Yeah. Not his name is not Shepherd. He has another name and surname, but he is a shepherd boy.
Hy is 'n skaapagter.
That's correct, my lord.
Dit wat bevestig word.
There was more information that we received.
As meer inligting wat ons ontvang,
This person, the shepherd, he informed me, I interviewed him, he informed me that he had seen, I believe he said it was the morning of the Tuesday morning.
hy wagter het gesê ek dink dit is maandagoggend, die dinsdagoggend.
He was on his piece of land where he looks after sheep.
Hy was op hierdie land waar hy agterkyk het na skaap.
Just hang on there just for a second. This shepherd, his name is Spamandla Magodla, and an affidavit was indeed obtained from him. Is that correct?
Hierdie persoon se naam is ons Pamela Magoda, is 'n verklaring wat gekry.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis hy sê hulle waar,
Then you may proceed.
die kan na voortgaan.
He indicated to me that on that morning he was on the farm in the early morning
Hy sê op hierdie dag was hy vroegoggend op die plaas
and he saw two persons jump his fence coming from the outside field carrying shovels.
hy het toe twee persone gesien voor sy heining so klip. Die het hulle begrawe hulle gehad.
I did ask him at that stage if he would be able to identify these persons.
Ek het toe gevra of hy die persone kan identifiseer.
I also asked him off the bat whether it might have been the parents of the child.
Ek het van ver gevra of dit moet die kinders van die ouers van die kind sou wees.
He then informed me that he had, because it was all over the news already then, my lord, that he had seen pictures of Miss Smith and Mr. Apollos, and it was definitely not them that he had seen.
Ons het toe gesê, alhoewel dit oor die al was, maar hy het gesien, maar ek gesê, dit was definitief nie, die Smith en Carol.
Were you able to follow this any further?
Kon u dit sê verder opneem?
Yes, my lord, it was the following day's investigation.
Ja, eerder, dit is in verband met volgende dag se ondersoek.
You may tell us about that.
U kan ons daarvan vertel.
So this is now Thursday, the 22nd of February. 22nd of February.
Dus we weten ondanks het meer van februari.
That's correct, my lord. I believe it was on this day, my lord, that we had a briefing with the commander of the district, Major General Dianti.
Dit was die dag waar ons toe aangestuurd was deur die owerhede van die aarde.
All right.
Dus Dianti.
Dianti.
Major General Dianti.
Dianti.
If I may assist, Major General Dianki, spelled D-I-Y-A-N-T-I, the West Coast District Commander.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus Dianti, soos ek gespel.
Just spell it again.
D-I-Y-A-N-T-I. That's Major General Dianki, the West Coast District Commander.
Are you sure of the spelling?
My lord, that's the spelling in the affidavit. He is not on the list of state witnesses. He's not a witness, but this is the spelling in the affidavit. It might be an incorrect spelling. I suspect it might be Y and then I, but that's how it is spelled in the affidavit.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, my lord. Yes, you had a briefing by Major General Dianki and
Hier was toegespreek deur die Major General Dianki en
It was the senior management of the area, my lord, and it was me briefing them on the process of the investigation.
ek het toegespreek aan die proses en ondersoek.
It was also then, my lord, that we followed up this information of Mr. Makotla.
Dit is ook een ingewikkelde informatie opgevolgd van meneer Makotla.
We had more resources deployed, so we had the provincial K9 with us again, as well as SAP's helicopter.
Ons het meer hulp gekry in verband met verskillende rigtings dan met die K9 unit en die helikopter van SAPS.
We searched the area behind the farm of Mr. Makotla, but okay, it's a very big open field area.
Ons het toe die plek agter met Makotla se plaas gesoek. Dit is wel 'n groot stuk veld.
The search there yielded no results.
Jullie op zoek daar voor geen resultaten gegeven.
There were several other leads we also followed up on that day.
Op hierdie dag het ons ander informatie opgevolgd.
There was information by the reservoir in Saldanha.
Daar was informatie in verband met de reservoir in Saldanha.
There was an open drain by the reservoir with a green bin inside the drain.
Er was een open drain geweest met een groen bin en binnenin.
So we followed up that lead.
Jullie informatie van ons is opgevolgd.
There was information that came from the community.
Daar was informatie gekregen van die gemeenschap.
There was an open shack near the residence of Ms. Smith.
Daar was ook geweest na die huis van Ms. Smith.
Now, inside this shack was It was reported to be wet cement inside the shack, the floor of the shack.
En hierdie ookie was daar informasie dat daar nat cement sou wees op die vloer sou maar was van nat cement.
We followed up that lead. It was confirmed not to be the search and rescue members done there. They said it's wet sand. It did resemble cement. We did dig, but it also yielded no result.
Er is span gevolg, maar dit was aan het gebruik dat nat sand was, maar het geen resultaten niet gegeven.
Sorry, just for completeness sake, also the green bin in the drain at the reservoir, that was followed up. Did that yield any positive results?
Hierdie groen of drom en hierdie na die reservoir het het enige resultaat gegee.
It did not.
Niks meer nog waar.
On that day, my lord, we also had the municipality come in to drain the water, stagnant water pools that I mentioned earlier.
Ons het ook die municipaliteit gevra om hierdie staande water te verwyder, dit op te.
The community identified a red residue in one of the pools.
A residue, a rooi residue.
Van die gemeenskap het ook een rode residue in die staande water, in die staande pool gezien.
So we drained the pool, and I brought out members of the local criminal record center.
En hierdie is ook die water uitgehaal, ek het die plaaslike kriminele recordcenters aangevra.
Who, upon viewing the residue, indicated to me that it's not blood, it's just a moss.
Toe hulle daarna kyk het hulle gesê dit is nie bloed nie.
There was also nothing found inside the pool.
Dit was ook gevind in die pool.
It's not blood, it's just a moss, a red-colored moss. Is that what you said?
As 'n rooi kleurige mos, nie bloed nie, maar kleurige mos.
Yes, something in that line, my lord.
Dis iets in die rigting gedaan.
Athandiwe Mkobi.
Yes, my lord. Constable Sikhobe obtained Athandiwe's statement. She was the other friend that I mentioned that we identified on the first day.
Dis reg nie dat hulle kaptein het vertaan gekry van Athandiwe. Maar so ons het dit so gesien.
And did that yield any positive information?
Het enige positiewe informasie gegee.
No, my lord.
Nee, heeltemal.
But the affidavit was obtained and was also found, correct?
Die verklaring is gekry en dit was ook gevind. Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hier geval.
I believe there was another sighting information in Saldanha, Charlie's fish shop.
Daar was ander gesien wat gewees in Saldanha, Charlie's viswinkel.
Yes, my lord. There was a sighting at Charlie's Fish Shop. I requested the detective from Saldanha SAPS to follow it up for me.
Dit het toespeler gevra om die inligting van Saldanha SAPS die inligting op te volg.
He did contact me afterwards and informed me that he did view the footage, and he also it didn't yield any results.
Hy het ook my gestap en gesê gekyk na die opname. Ek word gesê daar was geen resultate wat gevind word.
Positieve results.
Positiewe resultate wat gevind word.
Now, seeing that you had become aware of Mr. Stefano van Rijn,
Ingesien hiertoe ook ongeluk was in verband met Stefan van Rijn,
What did you do in that regard?
Wat het u daarvan gedoen?
My Lord, Mr. Van Rijn was interviewed on that day at his residence.
Meneer Van Rijn was onderhoud met hem gevoerd op die dag gesê. Willem,
Did you interview him?
het u met hem onderhoud gevoerd?
I was present, yes. I also posed questions to him.
Het was tegenwoordig in die geval.
Yes.
He indicated, my Lord, that he was indeed there that day.
Hy het toe gesê, maar die was wel daar die dag.
He denied being aware of what happened to Joshlin or that he had any involvement.
Hy het toe verwerp dat hy enige iets gehad met Joshlin, dat hy nie betrokken was nie.
He further speculated that he had a theory on what happened to Joshlin.
Hy het die verder spekuleer maar het is een theorie en omdat Joshlin gebeur het.
He indicated to us that Miss Lombard, who was mentioned earlier,
Hy het toe gesê dat die persoon dat hy daar voor was hier vir Lombard,
her partner or husband, I don't know if they're married, his name is Ayanda.
haar kerel, die persoon dat hy nie was, ek weet nie of gedood was, die persoon dat sy nie was, sy naam was Ayana.
And he indicated that Ayanda is a Xhosa male
Hy het toe gesê dat Ayana 'n Xhosa man is,
and that he knows that Ayanda is currently facing financial difficulties.
hy het toe gesê, hy weet dat Ayana sekere finansiële probleme staan.
So he had a theory, my Lord, that Joshlin could have been kidnapped by Ayanda and that she was sold for booty.
Hy het toe voorgegee dat Ayanda so Joshlin gekoop het,
Kidnapping?
daarvan ontvoering
And?
en verkoop het voor motie.
Yes. Did you follow that up?
Sy het dit toe opgevolg.
We did follow it up, my
Ons het
Lord.
opgevolg hier.
Ayanda's and Miss Lombard's premises was searched.
Die woning van Ayanda en juffrou Lombard was toe deurgesit.
And Ms. Lombard was questioned on this information again.
Juffrou Lombard was toe gevra oor in verband met die informasie deel.
Sorry, when did this happen?
Wanneer sou dit plaasgevind het? Wanneer sou dit gebeur het?
I believe it was the following day.
The following day, yes.
Ek glo dat dit die volgende dag sou wees.
Friday, the 23rd of February, 2024.
So die vrijdag is die 22 Februarie jaar 2024.
Correct, my Lord.
Reg so julle.
All right. Please tell us about that.
Kan u vir ons daarvan vertel?
About Friday.
Yes, that Friday. You searched the house of Mr. Ayanda and Miss Lombard.
Hier die is van meneer Ayanda en juffrou Lombard besoek.
Did you find anything there?
Het u enigiets gevind wat daar?
We did not find anything at the house, my Lord.
Ons het niks die woning gekry nie.
Further, what we did on Friday
Wat ons verder gedoen het op die vrijdag,
was with interviewing Ms. Smith and Mr. Paulus, we learned, as they had already confirmed, that they are drug users.
ons het verder in de onderhoud met meneer Paulus en juffrou Smith gevoer, aangezien ons geweten dat hulle persoon is wat wellens gebruik.
We learned that the place where they purchased their drugs from was a house in Raylan Street in Middelpos.
Ons het toe uitgevind dat hulle plek waar hulle die van hulle wellens van hulle koop So based on
So on that Friday,
Middelbos.
yes, on that Friday we
Just a
obtained
moment,
the search warrant.
Just one moment.
I didn't get to the house. Just like Middelbos, that was the place.
No.
Reilandstraat and Middelbos.
Can I continue?
Yes, just repeat what you just said, because we were all speaking at the same time, so...
Yeah, the interpreter did not interpret the address. It's now been interpreted.
Indeed. my
That
lord.
was Raylan Street, and now you can go back to the obtaining the search warrant.
Yes, thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. We obtained the search warrant to search the premises.
Onder tot deur soek laat het gevind, gekry om die perseel te soek.
Which we did do on that Friday.
Ons het dit gedoen op die Vrydag.
It was confirmed that this residence is indeed a place where narcotics and dacha was being sold.
Dit was te bevestig dat hierdie woning narkose en dagga so verkoop.
We did not find Joshlin there,
Ons het Joshlin nie daar gekry nie.
nor did it seem like there were any evidence that they were keeping somebody hostage or housing somebody like that.
Daar was ook geen geteken dat die persoon daar teen die persoon se wil sou hou nie.
Do you know the name of this person, or what he is called?
Nou, wat weet nie wat die naam van die persoon is, hoe die persoon genoem word.
Only by nickname, my lord.
Net by die, sê, hy naam Jelabare,
They call him Gums.
Yes.
hulle noem hom Kams.
And you say that after you'd also searched the house of Mr. Ayanda and Miss Lombard, you also questioned her further about this theory of Mr. Van Rijn. Did that yield any positive results?
Hier het nie toe gesê, hier het die huis van die Ayanda, die soek, en hier het die stil met die opgevolg. Het het enige positieve uitgegeen?
No, my lord. She still denied. She denied that whole story and denied further still any involvement in the disappearance of Joshlin.
Sy het die storie verwerp en dan maar het sy verwerp en dat enige storie met die storie van Joshlin.
Did you again bring in the persons of interest for questioning?
Het die weer persone van belang ingeroep vir aan te vraag.
That same day, the Friday, the 23rd of
Selfde dag,
February?
die Vrydag, die 23ste van Februarie.
I did, my lord.
Ek weet hier dan maar,
And who were they?
wie sou hulle wees?
It was Miss Smith, Mr. Apollos, and Miss Lombard.
Mas die sal juffrou Smith wees, en die Apollos en juffrou Lombard.
And
En
what was the result thereof? What did you determine?
wat was die resultate wat kon verneem?
My lord, at this stage, it was clear that there weren't, none of these persons of interest were being completely honest. There were inconsistencies in their story.
Eerlik waren dat er voorkom maar geen van die persone eerlik was nie. Daar was baie problemen verband met hulle stories.
I had difficulty establishing the basic information as it kept on being changed.
Ek het gesukkel om die basiese informasie
Fast.
vas te stel, aangezien het op elke stadium so drijf.
But at the end, my Lord, I did not have any evidence at that stage to detain any of them, so I excused them from the interview.
En het geen argumente gehad om het aan te hou nie, en het toe laat gaan na die onderhoud.
Do you know where they were staying at the time when you now let them go? Do you know where they went to, where they would stay?
Toe een laat gaan, op hierdie dag weet ek geweet waar hulle woonagtig is, waar hulle sou gaan gaan.
My Lord, I wasn't entirely sure. I know that Mr. Apollos, shortly after the investigation started, went to go reside by his parents.
Ek dink dat seker dat voorkom myself. Toe die alles op te begin, dink ek het police gaan agter wat hy sê.
Ms. Smith at some point stated, I don't know if it's a family member, but there was an address where I could find her.
It was Smith, ek dink is van familielid, maar die adres waar ek ook kon vind.
And the other two siblings of Miss Smith? The two children, sorry, children of
En die ander twee kinders van die Smith.
My Lord, the request, no, I believe both stayed by family members, but they weren't kept together. I believe they were kept separate. They were at separate.
Hulle moet voorkom as hulle die familielede gehou was, maar nie op dieselfde plek, verskillende plekke waar hulle gehou was.
Now, up until this stage, Sergeant, this was now Friday, the 23rd of February. Had you assaulted any of these persons of interest that you interviewed?
Op hierdie 23ste van
Up until that time, up until the 23rd.
Well, unless he assaulted them at some other time, why didn't you just ask him at any stage?
I can answer that, my Lord, that at no stage have I ever assaulted any of the accused.
Op geen stadium het enige van hierdie persone aangerand word.
Did you at any stage observe, see any assault on any of these persons?
Kon u op enige stadium sien of die woorde was of kon gesien het dat een van die persone so aangerand was?
No, my Lord.
Nee, helemaal.
You also received information from Beaufort West Police.
U het ook informatie gekry van die West-polisie.
That's correct, my Lord. There was the information came from SAPS members in Beaufort West. Also,
informatie was gekry van lede van West.
it was also about a possible sighting of Joshlin in that area at a petrol filling station.
Dit was moontlikheid dat Joshlin sou gesien word in die area by brandstofstasie.
I spoke to detectives of Beaufort West who went to the petrol station, reviewed the video footage there, and informed me that no vehicle of that description was seen on the footage within that time period.
Ek het toe gevra vir die bestuurders van die area om te gaan besigtig na die opname. Hulle het toe verder ingelig dat gedurende die tyd toe hulle die opname kyk, het hulle geen foto gekry met die beskrywing.
I neglected to ask you, with regards to the children of Ms. Smith, was DSD involved at any stage? And if you know, when?
Ik wil het zeker maken dat ik weet vanuit de vraag was DSD betrokken op iedere stadium dat ze daarvan weet.
I believe they were, my lord. I'm not sure when they got involved.
Ik geloof dat was betrokken, ik weet niet op een zekere manier, als er betrokken zo was.
Okay, that brings us to, if I understand it, the next day, Saturday, the 24th of February, 2024. And this was the day,
Zaterdag. Dag, dat is het 24 van februari 2024.
we have already heard evidence that on this day, there was a huge or large search that took place.
Dat was klaar voor de plaats van de dat was een groot zoektocht wat in plaats van heeft.
I can confirm, my lord.
Ik kan dit bevestigen inderdaad.
Was that the rainy day?
Excuse me, my
Was
lord?
that the day it rained?
That was the Saturday, my lord. That's also the,
That was the
that's how I have it, yes, my lord.
so it was a rainy day, according
Indeed,
to Mrs.
my lord.
Sabola. Yeah.
Indeed, my lord, that was a rainy day.
Dit was een enige dag.
I don't know whether you can recall, but the colonel said on the day that he was in, I must check the date,
Yes, I'm
When
also
he-
now at this stage feeling a little bit unsure by
when
saying
he was
yes
leading
immediately.
the
Because there were two Saturdays. The other
searching,
Saturday
so
was when the
6.
Minister Kwele was.
yeah, that was the next
Next
week. So that was
Saturday.
the only Saturday it could have been. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. I'm rather going to leave it to the witness to tell us.
Now,
So-
if he's unsure, then it's fine.
My lord, I can answer.
Kan antwoord hierop
I believe the rainy Saturday that's referred to was when Major General Makasalala was already involved.
dan is zaterdag van Riem als tijd toe Major Kasalala betrokken geraakt.
That was a huge grid search operation that was conducted.
Dit was een groot zoektocht dat zo plaatsgevonden heeft.
But that was not this Saturday that we are referring to.
Maar dit is zaterdag was nog van melding.
Thank you.
So please tell us about this Saturday then,
Kan
the
u dan
24th of
vertel van
February.
die zaterdag?
Yes, my lord. I had outreach from NGO organizations from Cape Town.
Ik weet het toe.
NGO,
Ik weet
non-profit,
non-profit organization van Kaapstad.
who wanted to come and assist us, as well as the SA Navy base.
Hulle het gevraagd of te mij help. As well as Afrikaanse Navy base.
Yeah, the Navy is adjacent. There's a Navy training facility adjacent to our offices,
Dat is een Navy base op kant onze kantoor.
and they wanted to give us troops to help with the search.
Hulle ons aanbieder hier om ons te helpen met het zoek.
So on that day, my lord, the Navy did the perimeter search, the outskirts, the beach, the veld, that dune that the court had seen close to the house. They did the outer perimeter.
Die vloot het hierdie dag zoek gedoen. Hulle waren op die duine, op die strand.
And did it yield any positive results?
Het is enige positieve uitslag gegeven.
It did not, my lord.
Dat het niet eerder waren.
What else did you do on that Saturday, sir,
Wat
except for the
anders het julle
search?
gedoen die Saterdag?
My Lord, on that day we went to Mr. Van Rijn's residence.
Op die dag eerder is ons na die woning van Ray.
I learned that a search party had come to his house and then he had run away.
Ek het ook gehoor dat 'n sekere togspan as hy toe was, hy toe as 'n patrouille is gehardloop.
This search party, is that an official police search party or was that members of the community?
Was dit 'n amptelike polisie soekspan of dit die mense in die gemeenskap?
It was members of the community, my Lord.
Dit was mense van die gemeenskap hier, né?
So you were informed that they had gone there, he had run away, then you went there.
Die was ongelukkig hulle was daarheen, hy toe weggehardloop en is toe pad daarheen.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerder.
You may proceed.
Jy kan maar voortgaan.
Under the circumstances, my Lord,
Onder die omstandighede hier gebeur,
we decided to search his residence at the time.
ons het toe sê woning deursoek op die stadium.
It also yielded no positive results.
Ons het geen positiewe uitslag gekry nie.
You also received a call.
Jy het ook toe oproep ontvang.
Not you, Miss Smith had received a call, is that correct?
Jy het Smith het ook oproep ontvang as adres.
That's correct, my Lord. It was a person who claimed to have Joshlin with him.
Daar was 'n persoon hier wat so gesê het dat hy of sy Joshlin met hom en haar
So-
ontmoet.
So just one moment, Ms. Swanepoel. How do you know about the call that Ms. Smith would have received?
Hoe het u toe geweet van hierdie oproep wat jy vir Smith sou gekry het?
My Lord, Ms. Smith was with us on and off during the day.
Iemand waar meneer Smith wat was met ons op hierdie dag.
I'm not sure, I can't remember, but I actually want to say that it might have been that the call came through on my phone and that the person demanded to speak to Ms. Smith.
Het is onzeker, maar ek dink stellig dat hierdie oproep was tot wat doen op my foon. Hierdie persoon het gevra en aangedring dat hy of sy met Smith kon praat.
Because this phone, my Lord, was the number that was made public. It receives a large amount of traffic, like calls and...
Hierdie foon was, sy nommer was toe publiek. Het gedurig klomp oproep ontvang.
But this person did want to speak to Ms. Smith. He claimed that he had Joshlin in his possession.
Hierdie persoon het aangedring dat meneer Smith praat. En dat hy het Joshlin by hom gehad.
He also demanded a ransom of 250 rand in worth of airtime vouchers.
Hy het toe gevra vir airtime vouchers vir R30.
So this number was, I requested from Vredenburg's Crime Intelligence personnel to follow up this information and the cell phone number.
Ek het toe vir Crime Intelligence en Vredenburg gevra om die selfoonnummer op te volg.
The number was linked to a person in Bloemfontein.
Hierdie nommer was gekoppel met 'n persoon in Bloemfontein.
So I made contact with Bloemfontein FCS.
Ek het toe kontak gemaak met Bloemfontein se FCS.
They did send a member out to investigate this.
Hulle het toe uitgestuur om hierdie inligting te gaan ondersoek.
She reported back to me at the end saying that she spoke to a person.
Sy het toe aan my oorgedra dat sy wel met 'n persoon gepraat het.
This person said to her that he does not know about this number, he does not know about Joshlin, and he does not know anything about a call made to us.
Hy het ook die persoon toe gesê, draag jy kennis van die nommer nie, ek draag geen kennis van Joshlin nie, ek draag geen kennis van 'n oproep wat sou gemaak was nie.
So all in all, it also did not yield any positive results.
Alles ingenoem het dat geen positiewe resultate gegee het.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg sê maar
Thank you. Then Sunday, the 25th of February,
die Sondag, die 25ste Februarie,
Yes, my lord, that is when Captain Lombard from the organized crime unit in Cape Town came to assist us.
dit is jare waar ze teken toe kapitein Lombard van georganiseerde misdaad van die Kaapstad kon helpen.
He conducted an interview with Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos
Hy het toe onderhoud gevoerd met meneer Apollos, met meneer Smith en meneer Apollos
at Vredenburg Detective Office.
by Vredenburg's speurderkantoor.
What I did that day, my lord, there was another information or lead that I wanted to follow up.
Wat ek gedoen het op die dag hierop was ander informasie wat ek opgevolg het.
This was regarding a person who I had learned had committed suicide, who lives in Malopos on the Thursday after Joshlin disappeared.
Dit was in verband met 'n persoon wat self moord gepleeg het in hulle pos.
So that Sunday, I retraced that person's whereabouts for the Monday.
Ek sou teruggegaan, ek sou gegaan om te sien waar sou die persoon begin het die maandag.
In the end, my lord, his alibi did check out, and the lead also ended up being.
Op die ene van dag, het sy alibi toe was alibi toe aanvaar, en hierdie op ingelig en het geen positiewe resultate.
can you give us an indication what happened between, because your affidavit then jumps, there's a jump in time to the 29th of February. So in between the 25th to the 29th of February, can you give us an idea whether there was anything positively done with regards to this investigation and any positive results?
Kan u verhoog sê, tussen die 25ste en die 29ste van Februarie, as hy enige inligting, enige positiewe uitslae en resultate gevind?
My lord, nothing that look, we got a lot of information and calls.
Ons het 'n hele informasie en oproepe gekry hier maar
But in those couple of days, there was nothing regarding this case that I did that was worth mentioning in the affidavit.
niks hier maar was gevind in die saak.
All right. So then we
Can I
are.
just get clarity? So Captain Lombard came in on the 25th of Feb. Did he officially take over the investigation then already, or was he just assisting you?
On that day, my lord, he was just assisting.
He was just assisting.
Yes.
Op hierdie dag kan sy kaptein Lombard net kom help.
There were no arrests or anything affected on that day. You just interviewed. Is that correct?
Op hierdie dag was daar geen arrestasie gevolg net om inhouding.
Correct.
Dis reg so dit was.
So now we are at the 29th of February, which we now know was a Thursday, the 29th of February.
Ons is nou op die 29ste Februarie. wat kennis van gedaan is, dat was donderdag.
And you were informed of something that happened regarding a political party and their involvement in this investigation.
U was ingelig dat as iets het plaasgevind in verband met enige political party, maar
That's correct, my lord.
het is rechtswederbaar,
Please tell us about that.
dat u dan daarvan sê.
It was brought out to my attention that the Patriotic Alliance members the local persons had brought Ayanda as well as Mr. Van Rijn to the police station.
Het was ingelig eerlijkbaar dat die Patriotic Alliance se lede, plaaslike lede vir Ayanda en van Rijn geneem het aan die polisie.
That's the Saldanha police station.
That's correct.
Dat is de polisie in Saldanha.
They had learned that we were investigating into these persons. And they demanded that these persons be arrested.
Arresteer word.
Hierdie persone, nie hierdie persoon nie, hierdie persone, meervoud. So that the accused knows, so dis beide dan Ayanda, so
Patriotic Alliance leden plaaslike toe aangedring dat Ayanda en meneer Van Rijn gearresteerd moet word.
So I addressed them as well as the local council councillors from the other parties.
Ek het hulle toegespreek met ander lede van ander partye.
I informed them that officially these two persons are not regarded as suspects.
Want dit het ingelig amptelik word hierdie persone nie beskou as verdagtes nie.
I further informed them that even if they were, I would not request a member of the public to bring me a suspect. I would go and arrest my own suspect, or I would get a member of SAPS to assist me to arrest the suspect.
Ek het voor verder ingelig eerlikwaar dat alhoewel dit so 'n geval was dat die persoon moontlik verdacht sou wees, so ek nie toelaat dat gemeenskap persone meebring om te arresteer nie. Ek sou iemand anders van die lede om die persoon te arresteer.
So, was that the end of that? Did they then go, both Mr. Van Rijn and Ayanda?
Was dit op die einde van dit as meneer Van Rijn en Ayanda toe weg?
Yes, my lord, but also while Mr. Van Rijn was at the police station,
Ja, eerlikwaar, maar ook die tyd meneer Van Rijn weet wat die polisiestasie was.
I took the opportunity to have the statement also be obtained.
That is,
Ek het toe geleentheid geneem dat sy verklaring moet geneem word.
Constable Segobe obtained his statement there at the police station.
Constable Segobe het toe sy verklaring by die polisiestasie afgeneem.
and after the affidavit was obtained, did you also have insight into that affidavit?
Nadat hierdie verklaring toegeneem was, het toe insig gehad vir hierdie verklaring.
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ek het hierdie verklaring.
Okay. Then we get to the next Saturday, and this is the Saturday when Minister Bheki Cele came to visit Saldanha. This is the Saturday, the 2nd of March, 2024.
Ons kom na die Saterdag van die tweede maand verlede jaar, wanneer Minister Bheki Cele die Saldanha area besoek het.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
Tell us about that day, please, sir.
Kan u verlof sê van die dag?
My Lord, we were all, the unit was there to receive the minister.
Die eenheid was teenwoordig om die minister te ontvang.
And most of that day I was following the entourage where he made his addresses to the public.
Die hele tyd weer dat daar was ek agterna, waar die minister van Wonda die mense so toespreek.
It was on this day that I also met some of the provincial senior management in the SAPs, including Major General Natasha Lala.
Dit is die dag van die ambtenaren van de politie, SAPs en de Weskaap bevoegd. Want dat was Major Natasha Lala.
As well as Brigadier Hanana.
Brigadier Hanana, H-I-N-A-N-A.
Hier Hanana. Kan je maar niet stel wat er kan volgen.
He is a list. He is on the list of state witnesses, my lord. Brigadier Hanana will testify if necessary in this matter. So you met both of these senior members.
I did, my lord.
And did you give them an update as to your investigation?
Yes, I did, my lord.
That same Saturday, late at night, something happened. Tell us about that, please.
Diezelfde zaterdag later in iets plaatsen van de cijfer van de opname.
My lord, there was information on clothing that was found in an open field in Saldanha.
Daar was informatie in het waren van kleren wat zo gevonden was op het open veld in Saldanha.
The scene was cordoned off and visited by myself as well as Brigadier Hanana.
Hierdie toneel was toe afgewoon en dit toen gaan bezoek ek kan myself en presenteer aan Nana.
There was clothing collected on the scene that appeared to have a red residue on it.
Kledingstukke is toe samen op hierdie neel, wat het voorgekomen tot daar enige iets soos bloedsel lyk.
No, rooi stof.
Roeistof.
A rooi residue.
I did collect these clothing items and I handed them in to the exhibit register at Saldanha SAPS.
Ek het hierdie kledingstukke in elkaar gekry en ingaan na die Saldanha SAPS
Bewystuk.
register.
And then, is it correct that on Tuesday, what happened after, just tell us, this was now late Saturday night. According to your affidavit, it was 2300 hours, so it's 11 o'clock at night. What happened then between then and the 5th of March?
Het was dat was 11 uur aand. Wat het gebeurd tussen daai tyd tot met die 5de maand?
My lord, by that time, the organized crime unit had joined the investigation and
Op daardie oomblik waar die georganiseerde eenheid die ondersoek toe gestaan.
they were rechecking evidence, doing follow-up interviews.
Hulle het weer gekyk na die bewyse en aanhoude weer opgevolg.
So during that period, we were still assisting them,
Op daardie oomblik het ons nog met die persoon gehelp.
but we also, I guess we could say we took a step back and returned to normal duties as well.
Ek kan sê dat hulle gestaan, terug na sy normale tak.
And on the Monday, I believe you had court.
Maandag groei jy dit opgaan.
Today.
Monday, the 4th of March 2024.
Die 4de maand.
Yes, my lord. What happened on that day is
Gebeur op die dag eerder.
I had a court appearance in the morning, so I went straight to Freedom of Court.
En tot het verskynning gehad by die hof, ek is toe na Vredenburg Hof.
Obviously, when you say you had an appearance, it's in relation to a case that you were investigating.
In verband met die saak wat hier ondersoek is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rechtsweg vervang.
Just for the record.
So after the court proceedings of the morning, I took a day. I went home.
Na die verrigting van die dag, eerder wat ek die dag geneem, ek is toe huis toe.
And I returned to work the following morning.
Ek is toe terug weg die volgende oggend.
And it was on that morning, Tuesday, the 5th of March 2024, that you learned that there had been a breakthrough in this case and that arrests had been made. Is that correct?
As op hierdie dag die dinsdag die 5de van Maart 2024 dat die gewone na breakthrough was in die saak, dat daar arrestasies gevoer was.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rechtsweg vervang.
Did that end your involvement in the investigation of this case?
En dit betrokkenheid gestop aan die ondersoek van die saak.
Yes, my lord.
Ja, inderdaad.
And if you, after that day and up until today, receive any information relating to Joshlin or her disappearance, what do you do with that information?
As die van hierdie dag tot vandag, as informatie opgevallen van Joshlin, wat doen die daarmee?
My lord, my investigation was a missing child. So,
My ondersoek hierdaarbij was in verband met die vermiste kind.
which is still missing.
Dit is nog die geval dat er nog vermist is.
So if we do receive information, which we do periodically,
As ons bijvoorbeeld informatie krijgt wat ons wel zo nodig krijgt,
and it can be followed up, then we follow it up.
en als het kan opgevolgd worden, zal ons opvolgen.
And do you also give that information to Captain Lombard?
Die informatie zal ieder ook aan overleggen aan kapitein Longer.
Yes, ma'am.
Ja, ja.
If the court will just bear with me. During this investigation, this period that you were the investigating officer dealing with this matter,
Gedurende die tyd toe u besig was met die ondersoek van die saak,
and police members and members of the community were participating in searches for Joshlin,
polisielede en mense van die gemeenskap het deelgeneem in die ondersoek van Joshlin.
what was the position regarding Ms. Smith, accused number 3?
Wat is die posisie in verband met juffrou Smith, beskuldig nommer 3?
In relation to the searches and search parties?
In verband met die persoon wat besig was met die soektog en die soekpartye
And her participation or non-participation.
en dan deelname en nie deelname.
My Lord, Ms. Smith did not partake in any active searches.
Juffrou Smith het nie deelgeneem in enige aktiewe soek nie, eerlikwaar.
What about Mr. Apollos, accused number 1?
En Paulus is dus nummer 1,
Neither, my Lord.
hy ook nie eerlik.
And Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2?
En is dus nummer 2, meneer Van Rijn,
Also not, my Lord.
dieselfde geld eerlikwaar.
Did you know Mr. Van Rijn before you became involved in this investigation?
Het u vir meneer Van Rijn geken, voor u betrokke geraak het in die onderzoek?
No, my Lord, I can actually testify I did not know any of the accused before this investigation.
Nee, eerlikwaar, ek kan wel geteken dat ek geen van die beskuldigdes voor of geken voor my betrokkenheid in die onderzoek.
And I want to pose the same question I did earlier.
Omdat u diezelfde vraag voorgebracht het,
I just want to be sure about it, whether I formulated it correctly.
wil zeker maken dat het recht geformuleerd is.
Did you at any stage participate or observe, see any assault on any of the accused persons?
Het u op enige stadium deelgeneem of gezien dat een van die beskuldigdes aangerand was?
No, my Lord.
Nee, eerlikwaar.
Thank you, my lord. That is the evidence of this witness.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Adams, you can take it away.
May I please? My humbly that you may be taken early tea. I can say with 13 written pages of evidence that is what I clarify my mind and
Yes, Mr. Adams, sir, we will take the quarter of an hour now. That I will allow. I just have a concern, and I was thinking about it last night. We had an arrangement that the state had to give the defense the list of witnesses for the first week. So I was very surprised, and I was thinking it through, sitting at home last night, why it was only picked up yesterday. I don't want a repeat of that. So, Ms. Swanepoel, you and your team ensure that the defense have their homework when they leave this afternoon with the reference numbers. I don't want to hear the same story next week.
Indeed.
So that everybody knows this afternoon, these are the affidavits I have to work through. And if you don't have it, so that copies are provided. You're not off the hook yet, because it was your duty to give it to them. But they're not off the hook either, because they should have asked for it.
I did provide them, my lord.
We're going to take an adjournment until 5 to 11. It's now 22, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Court
As the
adjourned.
court please.
As I was approaching the court to start at 5:02, I was requested by counsel to hear them out on an issue. That's the reason that we haven't started on the time that I indicated. Mr. Harmse might need to take further instructions on a particular issue that arose during the broach. And for that reason, we're going to proceed with the cross-examination on behalf of accused 2 and 3. Once they're done, Mr. Harms will have the opportunity to follow up on the information he received, and if anything arises that affects the rights of accused 2 and 3 from that cross-examination of Mr. Harmsen, I will then give counsel a further opportunity. Counsel for accused 2 and 3. Ms. Mkabai, yes, thank you. You may proceed. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. Yes, thank you. You may proceed if you're ready.
Good morning, Sergeant Hussein.
Good morning, Counsel.
I am Ms. Gabai, representing accused number 2 in this matter.
Ito si Kabay, Dr. Bodo Bastol,
From the onset, I must thank you for the detailed evidence as far as your involvement in the investigation of this matter is concerned.
dapat dampak dari seperti terkait informasi di also bukan bisa.
As you will understand, my interest is with regard to your reference to my client.
Soos sal verstaan, ek sal belangstel dat u in verband met die cliënt sou bewaar.
Did I get your evidence correct? That you got information that Mr. Van Rijn is Mr. Apolli's acquaintance.
As het terecht dat volgende informatie dat men Van Rijn een bekende persoon aan de polis is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dit is recht zo je bepalen.
And that is what led you into interviewing him.
Dit is de reden wat ik niet toe besluiten om onderhoud met hem te voeren.
Correct, my lord.
Dit is recht zo je bepalen.
Do you still remember the date when you received the information that Mr. Van Rijn, is Mr. Apolli's acquaintance?
Kan u nog de datum onthouden toen u toe die informatie kreeg dat meneer Apollos of meneer Van Rijn bekend is aan Apollos?
My lord, that was on the first day when I learned that Mr. Van Rijn was at the residence of the day of his disappearance.
Dit was die datum of eerder maar toe ek vertel dat meneer Van Rijn bij die Apollos bij die woning was.
No. I don't know whether I heard Thursday or first day.
First,
On the first
Number one.
day.
Eerste dag eerder maar.
So that would have been on the 20th.
Dit is die eerste dag waar die woensdag.
Thank you, Sergeant Stein. Do you still remember the date of your first day?
Kan u nog die datum van die eerste dag onthou?
My Lord, it was the 20th of February 2024.
20ste Februarie van hierdie jaar.
Miss Mkabai, can you just pause for a moment, please? There's a photographer down in the well. I'm sorry, can you please move away? It causes a distraction for me. Because I can see the movement underneath here and it distracts me. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
You received this information on the first day, and your first day was the 20th of February 2024. Do you remember what time was that when you
Die
received this
informatie
information?
gekry, die 20ste Februarie, kan u onthou hoe laat het is toe jy die informatie gekry het.
I don't recall the exact date, my Lord, but it was during the time that I was on the crime scene. I testified that I arrived in Saldanha at about 1 o'clock afternoon, so it would have been after that.
Ek kan nie direct die tyd sê nie, die openbare raad. Ek het in hof voorgegee dat ek het in Saldanha kom so by 1 uur, dat sou so na dit gesê.
And how do you receive this information? How did you receive this information? Was it per telephone or somebody came to you in person and tell you this information?
Hoe het jy die informatie toegekry wat het op die telefoon is? Of het iemand na u gekom en die informatie gegee?
My Lord, the statement obtained from Ms. Lombard indicated that Steffi was on the scene.
Die verklaring wat ek gekry het van die Lombard het behels dat Steffi ook op die toneel was.
And it was confirmed by Mr. Apollos that Steffi is Stefano van Krijn.
Meneer Apollos het bevestig dat Steffi daar was.
No. The evidence, Mr. Blau, was that the witness said it was confirmed by Mr. Apollos that Steffi is Stefano van Rijn.
Dit was bevestig in van Apollos dat Steffi van Rijn was.
Thank you, Mrs. Cabrera.
Thank you, my God. Now I'm going to take you to the interview.
Ek neem die na die onderhoud.
We've already stated that the interview took place at my client's residence.
U het klaar verlof gesê dat die onderhoud so plaasgevind het by die huis van die kliënt, die woon van die kliënt.
That's correct, my Lord.
Reg so jy dit?
By the way, Mr. Stein, how many years of experience do you have with SAPS?
Hoeveel jaar ondervinding het u by die SAPS?
15, my Lord.
15 jaar hier.
Within the SAPS, specifically the Family Violence and Prevention Unit, how many years of service do you have? Years of service do you have?
Dan die eenheid wat jy nog samas FCS hoeveel jaar het u ondervinding daar?
It was since 2020, my Lord. So at that time it would have been about 4 years.
Vanaf die jaar 2020 het op daardie stadium sou dit 4 jaar wees.
Did I get you correctly? 4 years.
Ek het mooi verstaan, 4 jaar.
Correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so jy.
Now, with that kind of experience as a detective in this unit, when you got the information that Mr. Van Rijn is the friend of Mr. Apollos, did that to you sound like he was a suspect?
Toe aangezien u nou die ondervinding hebt van 4 jaar, toe u toe ingelig was dat meneer Van Rijn vriend is van meneer Polis, het u hom beskou as 'n verdachte?
I wouldn't say a suspect, my lord. I would say a person of interest rather.
Nie 'n verdachte sal ek sê nie, maar 'n persoon van belang.
I'm asking you this question, Mr. Stein, I'm sorry, because Shani is a police as an adult man, has many friends, not only my client.
Ek vra u die vraag, meneer, dat aangezien meneer Polis nou volwassen is, hy het 'n klomp vriende met my geleen.
I wouldn't know how many friends the accused has, my lord.
Ek sal nie weet hoeveel vriende beskuldigde jy nie, maar
Can you maybe explain what you mean by a person of interest in the context of this case? Because it might mean something different when one works with organized crime, just as an example. But in the context of this case, why did you describe Mr. Van Rijn as a person of interest?
kan u nou verduidelik hoekom kon u met Van Rijn beskou as 'n persoon van belang, aangezien u werk vir eenheid van georganiseerde misdaad en gevaarlike misdaad?
Maybe I confused the interpreter. The reference to organized crime is merely that it might mean something different in that context.
If the court can allow me, my lord, I think the prosecution were too quick. Before I could finish, I was going to go into context for them to understand. I should just stop waiting for me making mistakes and then jumping. When making the question, I'm going to be very affected as far as my confidence is concerned. The person should wait and then rectify it. I ask the court to do that for me, please. And can the court please protect me?
Okay. Continue, Mr. Kapai.
Thank you, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, shall I answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay. The word, I use the word person of interest rather than suspect. When I say suspect, if I'm looking for a suspect or I'm considering a person to be a suspect in a case, that means that I have more than reasonable grounds to believe that this person committed the crime. A person of interest in this regard would be witness / possible suspect. So I would, to answer the question, less than a suspect, but definitely somebody we were looking at as either somebody that could provide evidence to this case or could be involved.
Een persoon van belang die op basis beskuldig is, soos hy persoons verdachte, en verdachte sal beskou word as 'n persoon wat moontlik kan bygevoeg word, 'n persoon kan gesien word as 'n verdachte in 'n saak. Maar 'n persoon van belang, moet jy kan 'n persoon help in verband met 'n ander soort persoon kan moontlik. Dat hy is afgelewer dis 'n persoon van belang. Dit kom sê, hy was 'n persoon van belang.
You say the information you got at that present
Die informasie wat ek gekry het op daardie oomblik
was only that Mr. Van Rijn is the friend of Mr. Apolis.
was net dat Van Rijn 'n vriend van Polis was.
That is incorrect, my lord.
Dis nie reg nie, maar
The information I received was that Mr. Van Rijn was at the house on the day. That was what was important to me.
wat aan die oorgedra was in op waar is dat meneer Van Rijn op die huis was. Die informasie wat gekry het.
I'm still on the first information. The information you got regarding the relationship between my client and Mr. Apples. My question is still there. I'm still there, Mr. Minister.
In verband met die verwantskap tussen meneer Apollos en meneer Van Rijn.
I understand, my lord, but the first information was that there was another person who was also at the house.
Het verstaan eerlijkbaar dat die informatie was geweest, iemand anders was bij de huis.
And that person, I understand as for your evidence, was Mr. Van Rijn.
En volgens die getuigenis was die persoon Van Rijn.
Correct.
Okay. Was that information enough for you to label Mr. Van Rijn a person of interest as you put it in your evidence?
Was hierdie informasie genoeg dat u meneer Van Rijn sou beskou as 'n persoon van belang?
Yes, my lord. Like I said, the persons who was there who could provide evidence, I regarded as persons of interest.
Ja, eerlijkbaar, 'n persoon wat daar was kan mondeling getuienis aflewer, sal ek beskou as 'n persoon van belang.
A person of interest to you is a person that can give evidence
Persoon van belang sal
or
'n
can
persoon
fetch
wees
evidence.
wat getuienis kan aflewer. Getuienis kan gee.
Like I explained, my lord, a person of interest, in my opinion, is not a suspect per se.
'n persoon van belang is nie verdachte in verband met dit soort van klas nie.
To me, this person, it has yet to be ascertained whether this person is going to be a witness or whether this person is going to be a suspect or whether this person is going to be nothing at all.
Nog uitvind of die persoon mondeling verdachte sal word of getuig sal word of persoon kon van niks binne word.
I'll ask this question for the last time, Mr. Mustain.
Ek gaan die vraag vir die laaste keer vra.
On receipt of the information that Mr. Van Rijn is an acquaintance of Mr. Apples, what was he to you?
Die tyd toe informasie kry dat meneer Van Rijn was 'n persoon van kennis aan die polisie. Wat was hy besig om te doen?
My lord, as I've also stated, the information came out that Mr. Van Rijn was at the premises.
In dat was het getuig die informasie dat meneer Van Rijn was by die perseel.
The relationship between Mr. Van Rijn and Mr. Apollos is not the relevant factor.
Die verwantskap tussen meneer Apollos en meneer Van Rijn is nie van belang nie.
The relevant factor is that he was there.
Die belangrike punt dat hy was daar.
And that is the information that I received, and that justified me in my belief that I could regard him as a person of interest.
Dit het my gelaat dat ek toe kon vestig om te besluit dat hy persoon van belang sou wees.
Thank you, Mr. Mustain. Let us move. Be that as it may, I take it that information was enough for you to decide to interview my client.
So hierdie informasie was genoeg gewees vir u om onderhoud te doen.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me, for how long did the interview take place?
Vir hoe lang het hierdie onderhoud voortgegaan?
I didn't time it, my lord. I would have to guess perhaps an hour.
Dit kan nie beloof sê nie, dan moet geskat, moet ek 'n uur.
How was your interview? Were you putting questions to him and him answering, or were you using a format?
Hoe het hierdie onderhoud was die onderhoud gevoer? Het u van vrae gevra, en dan het geantwoord, dat het nie sekere formaat gelijk.
It was fairly informal, my lord. It was a situation of posing questions and receiving answers from it.
Want dat was informeel waar gevraagd en gevraagd was, waar is antwoorden gegeven.
I'm asking you this question because I heard you saying at some point you released him after realizing that there was no enough evidence.
Mr. Kapai, that was not the term that was used by the witness. He said he excused him.
Thank you, my lord. I will repeat this question. I'm asking you the manner, the duration of the interview,
En het gevraagd de manier en de tijd van jullie, hoe lang jullie het onderzoek zo plaats vatten.
because I heard you give evidence saying at some stage you excused my client.
Y tu José Rosales de Crostadium y el cliente Toscon.
My Lord, the first interview with Mr. Van Rijn
De eerste onderzoek met meneer Van Rijn,
happened at his residence.
het gebeurde de plaatselijke BC woning.
So I believe the correct way that I ended that interview was to leave his residence.
En geloof je dat de beste manier om jullie onderzoek te stoppen, dat is om te zeggen, woning te verlaten.
And it is your evidence that you left his residence because there was no evidence for you to detain him.
As het niet getuigenis dat was niet getuigenis of getuigenis wat kon geleerd dat je toen arresteerde, je hebt hem daar gelaten.
That's correct, my Lord.
Rechtswege waren
Did you take a statement from him on that day,
in de verre van de middag.
on the first interview at his house?
Eerste onderzoek.
I did not, my Lord.
En je hebt hier waren.
If I get your evidence correctly, the second time you came across my client is on the 29th of February 2024 when you saw him at Saldanha at the police station.
Ik heb hier mooi verstaan, de tweede keer toen je mijn cliënt zo ontmoet hebt of gezien hebt, was op de 29 februari bij Saldanha police station.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dus rechtswege dat waren.
You testify that his statement was taken by Constable Sikome.
Die het getekend dat zijn verklaring was genomen door constable Sikome.
Sikhuwe, that's correct, my Lord.
Sikome, die dat waren beschreven.
Did you, after the statement has been taken, what happened to my client?
Nadat die verklaring genomen was, had het gebeurd op mijn cliënt.
After the interview with him, he was excused, my Lord.
Na het onderzoek met hem, was ik verschoond die dat waren.
Oh, it was not only the statement that was taken on that day, he was also interviewed.
So het was niet net, het was niet net een verklaring genomen van hem, het was ook het onderzoek met hem gevoerd.
My Lord, to obtain a statement, there must be a form of interview. So, yes.
Enig waren om een verklaring te krijgen van de persoon moet een zekere onderzoek met de persoon gevoerd worden, die antwoord is ja.
It is clear from your evidence that Sergeant Hubert took the statement from my client and who conducted the formal interview.
Het is nog duidelijk dat Constable Sekube die verklaring kan geneem. Weet hoe jy die onderhoud gevoer?
It was Constable Sekgobe who interviewed Mr. Van Rijn and obtained his statement.
Constable Sekube sou dit gedoen het eerder met hom onderhoud gevoer en die verklaring geneem.
Do you perhaps know who commissioned my client's statement that was taken by Sergeant Sekube?
Kry jy kennis wie sou die verklaring geneem van Constable Sekube, wie sou die verklaring beledig het?
It's Constable Sekgobe, my lord, and I believe it would have been her. I'm speaking on aggression, but if she took the statements, I believe it was her.
Dit is Constable Sekube eerder, maar wat dan connectie. As sy die verklaring sou geneem, sou sy die beledig.
Are you testifying that the same police officer who took the statement from Mr. Van Rijn is the same officer who commissioned the same statement?
Dit betekent dat dezelfde politiebeambte wat de verklaring geneem het van een cliënt, zal dezelfde beambte wees wat die verklaring beledig.
My lord, I believe the defense is confusing this now with the warning statement. This was not a warning statement. He was not interviewed as a suspect on that time. He was interviewed as a witness, and a witness sworn statement was obtained from Mr. Van Rijn.
Jullie waren daar maar af wat een soort verklaring. Ze bijvoorbeeld was in de baas een verklaring wat voor moeilijk verdacht is. Maar in ieder geval hiervan was het geval waar alle gevoel was met een lijn om in te punt of echt gedeeld op is met die verbanden te gaan verklaren.
Such a mistake, I'm not confused, and I'm far from being confused. I'm talking about the statement that was taken from my client by your colleague, Sergeant Sekube. You testify that she is the one who took it. My question to you, do you know who commissioned that same statement?
En dat is de vraag, de verklaring is geneem door die collega van Sebastian. Mijn vraag aan u is nou, wie zou jullie verklaring beledigen?
Before the witness answers. His evidence was that he's not sure. He thinks it could be, so he was speculating about it. And in any event, Ms. Nkapai, what's wrong with it? If Constable Sekube commissioned the statement and also took the statement from the person, what's wrong with that?
Without looking for the problem in that, I wanted to be sure from the witness. The same officer who took the statement is the same one who commissioned it. I just want to know that.
Well, he says he's speculating, he thinks it's so, but he's not sure.
I'm not answering that line of questioning, my lord. I have also noted from your evidence in chief and statement, in particular paragraph 25, where you say at some stage it became clear to you that my client was lying.
Kijk naar die verklaring. Paragraaf 25. Daar is voorkomen alsof u een verklaring aan de hier gedinderd is dat schuldig wordt doen met die waarheid.
My Lord, may I at this stage ask whether my learned colleague is about to reduce his affidavit into evidence, because she's now referring him to his affidavit, specifically paragraph 25. He does not have his affidavit in front of him at this moment. It would be unfair to expect of him to know what stands in paragraph 25.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Ms. Nkapai, you would have noticed that I was also paging through my notes. That affidavit is not before the court.
Thank you, my lord.
If you want to hand it in, you can feel free to hand it in, because nowhere in his evidence presented here did he come to the conclusion that accused number 2 lied to him. He said
Yes, my lord.
there were inconsistencies when he spoke to accused 1 and 3, Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, and he had difficulty to establish the basic info because it had changed. That evidence was in relation to Mr. Apollos and Mr. Smith. And Ms. Smith. There's no evidence from this witness in this court. We suggested that Mr. Van Ryn had misled him in any way.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you for clarifying that piece of evidence for the benefit of the defense.
Can I just fast forward also? The only issue where on the face of it, it might have seemed that Mr. Van Ryn wanted to evade contact with the police was the instance where he ran away. But that was when he was confronted by members of the community that went to his house, the so-called search party that went on to his house. It's understandable if somebody would run away under those circumstances, because you don't know what's going to happen to you. And that is the only, unless I've missed something, if there's anything negative from Mr. Milstein on his character or his conduct, could be the only negative. Gave a broad overview of the interactions, and also at the time when he last dealt with the matter, the 29th of February, he didn't at that stage even label Mr. Van Ryn as a suspect.
Thank you. Sergeant Milstein, after Sergeant Sikore took my client's statement, did you have an opportunity to check his statement and convey it with the interview?
Verklaring dat ze volgens genoemd was. Het hier geleden gekregen om getekend naar die verklaring en dit gekregen geleden met onderhoud.
The interview you conducted, I'm sorry, the interview you conducted at his residence on the 20th of February 2024?
Onderhoud wat is gevoerd op toen op deze wonen.
It wasn't on the 20th, my lord.
Dat was er die dat ze niet.
So, leave out the date of the interview at his house, because the date of that is not of utmost importance.
Thank you, my lord. But the 20th they got it from the witness.
Let's just fast forward. So he conducted the interview at the house of Mr. Van Ryn. There was no statement taken. Then Constable Segube, at a later stage, took a statement. And the question is, if I understand it correctly, is coming now, whether you compared the versions. Yes, Mr. Milstein.
Wat ik wel van verstaan is dat die onderhoud zo gevoerd met besluiten nummer 2 bij zijn wonen en de belangenstellen en de verklaring gegeven aan constable Segube. De vraag is of u naar die verklaring gekeken En dat vergelijk met die onderhoud wat is so gevoer op by die woon.
I did, my Lord,
Het het eerlikbaar,
and in essence, the evidence was the same as the interview.
die getuienis was dieselfde as het so kan plaasvind. So kan plaasvind.
In line with your evidence in chief, I get a picture of an intense interest and participation in searching for the child, not only by community members and PA group, but also by the NGOs, the likes of the Pink Ladies. Surely this must have exerted enormous pressure on the investigation of this matter. Is that correct?
As het dan correct as ek moet sê, het aantal mense van kennis genomen wat gehelp het in die soektog, die Pink Ladies, die gemeenskap en ander lede. Kon dit plaas op die onderzoekbeambte.
It did, my Lord. The public interest in this matter did place a lot of extra additional pressure on me, who was the investigating officer.
Die gemeenskapsbelang in die geval in het druk op die geplaas.
But despite all that pressure, external pressure, you still had no reasons to arrest my client.
Alhoewel die druk so wees van verskillende bronne, het die geen rede gesien om die cliënt te arresteer.
Correct me.
Dis regs hier.
I take it you have done a thorough interview with my client in accordance with the line of your skills,
Ek kan aanvaar dat die 'n goeie onderhoud met die cliënt sou gevoer het in verband met die
and expertise in matters of this nature.
ondervinding en die expertise in verband met die
And you still managed to reach a decision. There was nothing justifying you to arrest my child.
die sê verder niks was goed genoeg om die cliënt te arresteer.
Correct, my Lord.
Dis regs hier normaal.
Mr. I am interested to know were the community members, the Patriotic Alliance group, satisfied with the decision not to arrest my client on the day they brought him in court?
Take to the police station.
In the police station, yes, my lord.
Ek wil net weet, die gemeenskap leiers van die Patriotic Alliance, was hulle tevrede die dag toe hulle die cliënt neem in die poliestasie dat hy nie gearresteer was hulle tevrede met die besluit.
They did not verbalize it to me that they are opposed to my decision, so I can't testify that they were unhappy with me not arresting Mr. Van Dijk.
Hulle het die maandeliks aan die woord gedraad, hulle nie gelukkig is met die besluit nie, ek kan nie dat tot sover geteken nie.
Thank you, sir. Experience has taught us that it is not uncommon for the community members to use their own ways and means, including assaulting those that they expect. It is for this reason that I will ask in what condition my client was when he was brought by the PA group and the community members.
Dis 'n ongewoon gevalle waar die gemeenskap 'n persoon sal aanval as hulle bijvoorbeeld persoon op dink aan iets nie. Ek wil net vir u vra in watter toestand was die cliënt to the Patriotic Alliance en de gemeenschap om met die polisie te werk.
My Lord, I did not notice any visible injuries, nor did he indicate to me that he had any injuries. So physically, to me, but I am a layman in that regard, he appeared fine.
Ek het geen beserings gesien op die persoon nie, op die geklaag van my beserings nie.
Thank you. Detective Sergeant, do you still remember where you were on the 4th?
Kan iemand
4th
nog,
of March 2024.
kan u nog onthou waar u was op die 2de Maart van hierdie jaar?
Yes, my Lord, I was in court in the morning, and after that I went home as I testified.
Ja, hier waar ek was in die hof gewees, nadat ek terug huis toe getuig het.
During the day, at any chance, were you near Jacob's Bay Beach?
Gedurende die dag, in de kans was die naby Jacobs Bay strand,
No, my Lord.
near Jellenbouw.
My client instructs me that the torture
De
by the
schuldige
police officers started at Jacob's Bay Beach or near Jacob's Bay Beach.
beschuldigde sê aan my dat hy gemartel was op by Jacobs Bay of naby Jacobs Bay. De polisie.
You were not present, you cannot comment whether this took place or not.
Die was niet teenwoordig nie. Die kan nie kommentaar lewer op het gepasse van of nie.
That would be correct, my Lord.
Dat sal reg wees in openbaar.
Same day, in the evening, were you at Seaboard offices?
Was nie by die kantoor van Seaboard die namiddag later.
In the evening.
Die aand,
No, my Lord.
hier in openbaar.
My instructions are that from Jacob's Bay Beach, my client was taken by his torturers to Seaboard office where the torture continued. Were you present there at that time?
Beschuldigde se instructies aan my gewees. Vanaf Jacobs Bay strand, as ek toegeneem na die Seaboard, waar die gemartelaars voortgaan om te martel. As ek teenwoordig dit gebeur het,
No, my Lord.
nee, julle maar
So you're not a person.
so die kan nie kommentaar lewer op wat gemartel.
I cannot, my Lord.
Kan nie lewer.
My client confirms that during his interviewing of him, he told you that, or he speculated that Ayanda might be involved in this.
Die cliënt bevestig in saamstemming dat hy wel gespekuleer het gedurende die hele onderhoud dat Ayanda moontlik betrokke sal wees in die.
He instructs me that that was just a mere speculation, a suspicion without any basis, and it was confirmed by you searched, and you didn't get anything from Ayanda's
Ek
place.
gespekuleer, ek het net verdink en u toe julle toe hy gesoek dat hy was bevestig gedurende die soektog dat niks gevind was op die plek.
I agree with that, my Lord.
Ek stem saam daarmee julle paar.
I don't see the dates. When you made this statement. Can you help me on that? When my unit colleagues from the state
gezien waar ook die verklaring gemaakt is.
It's the 30th of January 2025 at 14 hours 30.
Dat is het.
Thank you, Madam. On the 30th of January 2025 and at 2:30, you made a statement.
Op een betrokken dag en datum en meeting ondertekend zo bij al 3 die verklaring afgelegd.
Correct.
Did you write your statement yourself or somebody else?
Het is van weer zelf geschreven, het niet of het iemand anders het gedaan.
I typed my statement myself.
Ik heb mijn verklaring zelf getypt hierop.
After typing it, you read it.
Nadat ik het gelezen.
Yes, ma'am.
Ja, je hebt
And you were satisfied with its contents.
zo die was gelukkig met die inhoud.
Yes, ma'am.
Ja, je hebt
Can you confirm whether at the bottom of every page there is a statement?
My Lord, I suspect that my learned colleague wants the original affidavit to be admitted into evidence. I'm going to hand a copy, my copy, to the witness.
To the witness, then
And
you can
the
follow the
original.
questions, and then
Thank you.
if it's handed up, then I can mark it.
Thank you. That was the original.
All right, so he's got a copy with him now, or at least he has the original, so you may take him through the paces.
Thank you, my lord. You were involved in the investigation.
Die was betrokken in
Searching
alles
Joshlin.
in verband met Joshlin.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, ja, je hebt
Can you please repeat this piece of evidence to me? The exhibits you got, or the information you got from the investigation, where did you take that information to?
die bewijsstukken wat is gekregen, of de informatie wat is gekregen in verband met Samaria en het zoeken.
I don't fully understand, my lord.
Ik kan niet lekker verstaan hierop.
The exhibits.
Die bewijsstukken.
The exhibits, my lord, were booked into the exhibit register, the SAP 13 of Saldanha Bay.
Bewijsstukken sal ingaan as jy dat die SAP 13 bewijsstukke geregistreerd word, sal dan as SAP 13.
The other members who were involved in the investigation, is there any way that they were aware of every piece of information, including exhibits?
Die ander lede wat betrokke was in die ondersoek was hulle bewus van enige bewijsstukke of informasie.
My lord, there were other people with me, my colleagues, other police officers. So, yes, they would be aware of me collecting it and handing it in.
Daar was ander mense betrokke met my, waren nie saam met my gewees, Ministerial. Ja, hulle sou kennis daarvan enige informasie of enige bewijsstukke.
Was it a common call for everyone who was involved in the investigation to see and know this information and all the exhibits?
Was dit gewoonweg dat hulle sou sien, die bewijsstukke.
Well, I don't really understand. If somebody was with me when I collected a piece of evidence, they would be aware of it. It's not, I don't understand the line of question.
Het verstaan nie die vraag hier maar want as 'n persoon so betrokke was of hy was, as dit hier besig was met die bewijsstukke, so persoon kan kennis kry.
Sergeant, this question is clear and simple. You got information during investigation,
Die het informatie gekregen gedurende onderzoek.
and as per your evidence, you were even having accidents.
Volgens die getuienis die het ook bevestigd gekregen. Gevind.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat is rechts maar
My question is, that information you had, was it access to all the members who were involved in the investigation, police officers who were involved in the investigation?
ek moet weet die polisiebeamptes wat betrokke was in die onderzoek het hulle insig gehad in die onderzoek.
No, my lord.
Julle
Now, I can't answer the question I wanted to answer.
Are you going to go back to the sworn statement you still want to hand it in?
No, they were creating it.
Or if you've decided against it? Thank you.
My Lord, can I turn the camera back?
Certainly. So you can hand the affidavit back to Ms. Swanepoel. She can put it back in a docket.
Just a minute, Judge. Thank you, Worship. I have no further questions for this.
Thank you, Ms. Sinkabai. Mr. Sivnarayan.
Just one question. Regarding the running away.
Julle vraag het verband met die weghaal.
My client will deny that it ever ran away.
Skuldig sal stryd dat die willens daarin is gegaan.
My lord, I did not see him run away.
Ek het ook nie gesien haar weghaal van die
But I did arrive at his empty house, and it was stated to me that he had just run away.
En ek het weer opgedag as in die huis as oorgedraai en weghaal.
Thank you.
Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, you told us that the first time you interviewed accused number 3, she told you that she went home at some point for lunch on the 19th of February 2024.
U het getuig toe u die onderhoud met besluit nummer 3 gevoer het. Het sê vir Annie gesê dat sy gedurende etensuur as sy na haar huis toe.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regs so helemaal.
And in your examination in chief, you told us that that was at 1 o'clock.
En hoofgetuig het gesê dat sy bekend is.
About 1 o'clock, yes, my lord.
Ongeveer
I just want to correct that. My instructions are that during the interview, she informed you that she did go home for lunch, but that she was already back at work by 1 o'clock.
en wil dit regstel. Sy sê toe u hulle die onderhoud voer, was sy bereid gewees maar die ene was sy terug by die werk.
I'm unsure of the exact time, my lord. It was around that time that you went home for lunch and then went back to work.
Dit is onseker oor die tyd. Want sy so hy toe was en terug werk.
You also testified about how you had visited the accused number 3's home. Yes.
Jy het ook getuig hoe u besluit nummer 3 sy so aan besoek het, jy gesgist het. Dis wat in Saldanha was, u het ook getuig hoe u besluit nummer 3 besoek het.
Correct. On the first day I did. my lord.
Ja, jy was weg, die eerste dag.
And You described the home as having one bedroom and a lounge or a living area. Is that correct?
Hier die woning beskryf as 'n huis met een kamer, met 'n bed en 'n voorkamer. As the rest.
Yes, two separate compartments. One seemed to me to be used as a bedroom and the other one seemed to be used as a lounging area.
Twee verskillende compartments in die huis. Een wat so voorkom het as 'n kamer is en die ander so voorkom het as 'n sitkamer is.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that both the rooms were used as bedrooms.
Die instructie van beskuldigde nommer 3 sal wees dat beide hierdie kamers gebruik word as kamers. Die beide vertrekkers as kamers.
My Lord, I merely stated how it appeared to me. What the rooms were used for by the residents of the room, I don't know.
Ek kan het vertel dat voorkom het my die vertrekker loop. Wat hulle so gebruik het en voor gebruik word in die vertrekker kan ek nie nog daarmee hou.
You also told us that the house appeared messy.
Die het ook gesê die is voorkom as deur mekaar.
Correct, my Lord.
Regs hier loop.
My instructions are that there were clothes that were lying all over the place because accused number 3 had emptied the cupboards, hoping that Joshlin was hiding in those cupboards.
My instructie was geweest dat waar beskrywe orals, want skuldige brief sal sê dat sy het hierdie kaste weggemaak. Sy het gehoop, sy het gedink, Joshlin sal wegkryp in hierdie kaste.
So it was messy, my Lord.
So dit was deur mekaar.
My client indicates that with regard to the flip-flops, a child Joshlin owns about 4 pairs of flip-flops.
Volgens die klats sê my kliënt dat Joshlin het 4 paar klats.
Sorry, my Lord, is there a question?
You had testified about finding one pink flip-flop.
Die het vertel dat die een pink klapping gekry het. Slag opgeneem.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so hele paar.
Yes, and my instructions from my client is that her child does not own only one pair of flip-flops, but at least 4 pairs.
Dit is dan instructie van my kliënt dat kind net een paar klappies sal gehad het, dit sê 4 paar.
At least 4 years, ten minste 4.
Minste 4 paar.
I hear the statement, my Lord. It's unconfirmed by me. I can't comment on that.
Ek kan nie nou kommentaar gee op die geval. Ek kan dit bevestig.
Did you at any stage ever tell accused number 3 that it was not safe for her to stay at home?
Het jy op enige stadium van die gesê dat dit nie veilig is as sy by huis aanbly nie?
No, my Lord, I didn't tell her that it's unsafe, but it became clear in the beginning of the investigation that the community had a level of blame towards her.
Nee, hele paar. Ek het nie van gesê dat onveilig was die pad, maar op 'n sekere stadium het het voorgekom dat of die gemeenskap min of meer min vertroue op haar gehad het.
So, yes, okay, I might confirm that we had conversations in that regard that perhaps it wouldn't be that safe to go. I will go with that, my Lord.
Dit kan voorkom dat ons daaroor gepraat het met die veiligheid die reeks. Het So aanvaar.
My instructions are that, yes, you did in fact tell her that, and you actually went a step further and you took accused number 3 as well as accused number 1 to accused number 1's mother's house in Mazda.
Ik getraind zit het is, zodat ik al gezegd heb, dat is onveilig om de mensen te krijgen. Je hebt het verder geleerd van haar en is gewoon met een geneem naar familie in dat reis in Mazda.
Nee. That was not the question as put by counsel. Question by counsel that was put was that the witness took accused 1 and 3 to accused 1's mother's house in Maasdam, not to a family member's house with no address. Mr. Blau, can you just translate the question as asked?
Jullie heeft toen beschuldigd nummer 1 en 3 geneem naar de koorreis van beschuldigd nummer 1 in zijn Mazda is. In Mazda.
My Lord, I can't recall that.
Ik kan dat niet onthouden in elkaar.
It might be true.
Het is moeilijk.
There's a strong possibility that I would have asked after one of the interviews, where can I drop you? It can be true. I don't really recall that I did do that.
Ja, het is een klein moeilijkheid dat het moeilijk wordt gevraagd of een gepleegd wordt kind van een gevraagd af te leiden. Het is een moeilijkheid. Maar dat kan niet meer onderzoeken.
He cannot ignore it, and you can't deny it either, because a lot of things might have happened during that time. You know, you told him, and there was a discussion about the fact that the community is upset, its safety might be an issue, and if it was raised, okay, we can go to my mother's house, then he would have taken them.
It could be the case, my Lord.
Dat is een moeilijkheid dat het zo gezegd is in elkaar.
Thank you, my lord. You were asked to comment on, tell us about accused number 3's demeanor or behavior when he interviewed him.
Ik was gevraagd om te getuigen, om voor te zeggen, die voorkomst van beschuldigd nummer 3, die met dat voelt.
Correct, my Lord.
Waar zou je nou waren?
Can you please repeat your answer?
Kan u weer die antwoord herhalen?
My Lord, I believe I said that she was relatively calm.
Ik heb gezegd ze was relatief kalm. Ik denk dat ik gezegd ze was relatief kalm.
Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
Anything else that I testified about that, or
Anything that you observed on that day?
Wat is zo in de dag observeren?
my Lord, she, like I said, she didn't cry on that first day when I interviewed her.
Ze heeft niet geheel op de eerste dag tot haar onder voor.
She was relatively calm when I spoke to her.
Ze was relatief kalm geweest op met haar praat.
I didn't notice any behavior from her on that day that I can comment on.
En het geen voorkomt er gezien wat ik kan op commentaar geven in het land.
At what time, if you do recall, did you meet her on that day?
Op wat voor tijd is ik wel een loop heb ik haar ontmoet die dag.
My Lord, as I testified, I arrived on the scene at 1 o'clock. Well, I arrived in Middelbos at 1 o'clock. I went to the scene after that, after which I met her. So I don't have the exact date, the exact time, but it was somewhere in the afternoon.
Ik heb een nog voorgehouden hier waar ik het Middelbos toe reeds op de area en het toneel toe. Dat zou die middag is.
My my instructions are that accused number 3 was and still is devastated by the disappearance of the child Joshlin.
Dit is nog het geval met nummer 3, dat zij bij actie of kommer op is oor Joshlin se verlies.
Again, my Lord, is there a question that I must answer?
Do you have any comment?
Nou, kommentaar,
I wouldn't know how she's feeling, my Lord.
het sal nie weet hoe sy voel nie, Lord.
Similarly, it's difficult for you to say exactly what she was feeling, even though she did not express anything that you could see with your eyes.
Dit sal moeilik wees om vir kan sê hoe sy gevoel het, aangesien die niks kon oplet wat kon weet dat sy kon sterf is.
My Lord, like I said, she didn't show any definite emotions, an emotion that I could label. If somebody is crying, there's tears coming out of their eyes, I can state that this person is sad. If somebody is laughing, I can state that this person is happy. In this case, she didn't indicate any emotion that I could give a name to.
In ieder geval, was daar geen emoties betoon hier, skuld nummer 3, dat ek moet kon sê, sy was sê bijvoorbeeld as sy verheerlijk, so verklaar dat sy actie was, as sy gelag het, so verklaar dat sy gelukkig was. Maar in haar toestand kan ek nie nog sê wat sy gevoel het.
Thank you. You do agree with me, sir, that if someone is sad, they may be standing in front of you and you may not know it because they may not show that emotion.
Sa amin dat die saamstem sê bijvoorbeeld mensen aan het voorbeeld van een persoon als onszelf. Die zal niet kan bevestigen, kan zeggen.
I do agree with that, my Lord.
En stem samen in de
Now, I'm also instructed that at the time of your interview, accused number 3 was already on medication and she was taking antidepressants for after Joshlin, her child, had gone missing.
Op dat time is dat de tijd die ook met verschillende van de brief als er eerst op medicatie en antidepressants dat hulle van Joshlin se vermis.
I'm unaware of antidepressants, my Lord, but she was also on regular doses of methamphetamine. So there was medication taken by Ms. Smith.
Het is onlogisch van die antidepressants in de maar een van de lossen dat de schuld van de met zoals berekend zien als onder medicatie.
I'm also instructed that she was advised by family members that she needs to stay calm and compose herself so that she could give information to the police, which could assist in finding the child.
Sy sê toe sy dat sy aan van familie advies gegee dat sy kalm bly, dat sy die polisie regte informasie moet gee.
That would be good advice, my Lord.
Dit sal ons tot 'n goeie advies wees vir haar.
I love my approach to this. Thank you, my lord. Well consulted. Just one more aspect.
Certainly.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that on the 5th of March,
Die instructie van besluit nommer 3 is dat op die 5de maand
that you had personally picked her up from Sea Border Police and had taken her to Langaba.
u persoonlik opgetel vanaf Seaboard is in Alanga.
Just a correction, my lord. I did. I received her at our offices, which it's on the same premises, but it was at our office, and I transported her from our office to Langaba. Yes, that is right.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Now, we'll have to take a short adjournment in order to give Mr. Harms the opportunity to consult with whoever he needs to consult with. There's something I forgot to ask you before cross-examination started. Not that I think it's controversial. You've given us a snapshot of everything that happened from the time that you got involved until your involvement ended and organized crime unit took over. I take it there must be a myriad more of information that was provided to the police and followed up, and it was dead ends all the time.
That's correct, my lord. This was the main things that I put in the affidavit. It was a crazy couple of weeks. A lot of phone calls, a lot of information. We tried to follow up what we could, but I couldn't mention everything in the affidavit, so I mentioned the important things.
Dit is correct so dat hier aan daar was baie mekaar die bron Leila op telefoon op gekry. Ek wel klaar van die kan loop van lang as
Now, I mentioned this to you, Mr. Milstein, because, you know, there's a big public interest in the matter. And people might think that because it's not been mentioned, that it's been hidden. Because I would have called the police, I would have told them this, that, and the following, and it doesn't come out in court.
I understand, my lord.
You also indicated that your file of the missing child investigation, that's still open.
My lord, the physical file was handed over to the organized crime unit. I'm unaware of the status of that inquiry. What I meant when I said that, my lord, is that for us, for my unit especially, we never recovered the child, and it will still be an ongoing search, even if it's not as active. But if we do find leads that we can follow up, we will still follow it up.
But then we have to also say is that we self-security as an inner
Yes, thank you. Mr. Harmse, it's now 12:15. Let me just check with, I don't know who's responsible for the food of the accused that's in custody. Is there a time that it arrives here, or is it here already? So I have to take that adjournment at that time. Mr. Harmse, I suspect that your interaction might not be as long as you anticipated earlier.
My Lord, quite frankly, I had not anticipated any time. I will see, assess it like that. Besides going for a comfort break, I would then start, which I can't see it taking less than 15 minutes.
I'm going to take 15 minutes now. Until 12:30, it's 14 minutes. Then you can advise us.
If I need more time,
If you need any time.
thank you.
So that we can run. I want to take the adjournment at 1 o'clock, simply because the accused food are coming from outside, I believe, because there's no catering facilities here. And then the longest I'm going to adjourn at lunch will be for half an hour. And the reason for that is that a lot of people are driving back to Cape Town this afternoon. So we'd rather make up the time, get people away earlier. In fact, our staff can't go directly home. They first have to go to the office because our equipment needs to be secured at the office. So I also don't want to get them home after dark if we can make up the time by sacrificing our lunch break.
Maybe.
So until 12:30, unless we advise otherwise. If more time is needed, I'll just ask the officials to make an announcement as to what the next step is.
My Lord, may I just point out that it's now already 18 minutes past 12. May we make it at 12:25? It gives me 15 minutes.
No, we give you will have till 12:30 to inform me.
Thank you.
Court adjourned.
Testing, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. One testing.
Oh, Ngasibuyisile na ndifuna xesha elininzi. Othi manje utheko xa. Oh, kodwa umphako xa. Yo, ngapha. Ngithole umvuka.
Joshlin then resting after she had bathed and he gave them something to eat. The episode about the sun, she's in the sun and she didn't want to get out of the sun, and then she went off to play with a friend. And he confirmed that Laurentia was still at his house at that time. Now I'm putting it to you that he understood your questioning. You want to know what happened there until Joshlin had left.
Dus als ik naar dit verklaren dat ik nou, met het privé dat ik nou op jullie dag, wanneer ook iemand is zo weggegaan en wat gebeurde, dus omdat de etensdienst die kan ze aangetreden, dus in de zon gespeeld was, toen vraag was een zon te komen. Dat is wat dat is.
And what
Hier was een kleed was. En Laurentia was geweest.
I mean, in summary, he gave you all the information that he was, and I put it to you, that he understood. You wanted to know what happened until Laurentia left. Joshlin left.
Hij heeft iets opgestaan, Ivo informatie, tot en met dit tot zijn weg.
And that's what he did. And then that's the end of his statement. Joshlin's gone. That's what you're interested in. What happened? Who were there? All the family and everybody was there. I'm putting it to you that if you wanted to know if anybody else later in the afternoon, in the evening was there, you should have said to me specifically, okay, what happened then after? Who else came to the house during the night, during the day of the 20th or the 19th? And I'm putting it to you that you didn't. And that's why he didn't mention Stefano, because he only came there much later. It's in his plea agreement. A plea agreement in his plea statement.
Hier heb ik ook zo gevraagd naar zo'n atem. Wat een belang was dat Joshlin toen weg was. Als hem zo gevraagd is zo ander later aan de komen, is zo later aan de komen, zo ook niet gekomen. Dat is dan dat ze bleef vergeten.
Like I said, my lord, I asked him who were all the people at the house on that day.
Ik heb ook gevraagd wie de andere mensen was geweest.
I did not ask him who was there after Joshlin left because to me it wasn't relevant.
Ik heb ook gevraagd wie was daar geweest nadat Joshlin weg was, want het was niet relevant.
What I'm putting to you is quite reasonable that he understood, that he answered all your questions. You wanted to know who was there and he told you who was there, and he didn't understand that you wanted to know who else came to your house after Joshlin had already left, gone, or he hadn't not known that she was gone, but she wasn't at the house anymore. That's the last time he saw. That was the question. That was the reason I'm putting to you that he would have understood. That you were there to find out Joshlin's gone. Give me information. What do you know? I know until that time Joshlin was gone.
Het is te verstaan dat hier was belangstellend. Joshlin nog weg. Wie anders was daar geweest? Dat is wat ik verstaan heb.
My lord, I hear the statement that the accused is saying that he misunderstood me.
Verstaan dat het zo zeggen dat hij was verstaan heeft.
I find it very difficult to believe that he didn't understand what I was asking.
Ik vond het bij hem zwaar, ik kon niet verstaan hoe ik op de vraag.
I put it to you that it is quite possible. Even if you find it difficult to believe, it is quite possible. And you cannot hold it against him or make adverse assumptions about the reason why that information was made.
Dus mondelijk dat hij was verstaan, ik kan het niet helemaal gewoon.
Noted, my lord.
Your evidence led that and I'm just passing through here now, that you did see Mr. Pollis again later, and I just want to know if you can remember. It's not of crucial importance, but if you can remember, because you're evident when the state asked you, did you ask why he didn't mention that? That's now that Stefano was there. You said, he said that he forgot, you confirmed that Stefano was indeed there. When was that? Can you recall perhaps?
He said hier toen later van de politie werd gezien en de people gevraagd van de commissie iets gedaan dat de persoon was. Kan je ook hier ons vragen?
That's correct, my lord. I did ask him that.
Yes, ja, in ieder geval heb ik hem het gevraagd.
Question was, when did you ask him?
Wanneer heb ik hem gevraagd?
It was somewhere in that day, my lord. I can't recall exactly where we were. I did re-interview him later on, and I brought it up again, definitely.
Dat hele dag dat specifiek waren dan zeggen maar ik heb een tip aan op met een ochtend.
You say it was late on that day, the 20th.
Zie je later dat toen dat
Correct. With the re-interview, I did bring it up again.
ja, correct. Doordat de ochtend met
But why would you, and you still haven't, if it's the same day, okay, that's the win. And what time was it then, do you think? Can you recall?
My lord, when we re-interviewed Mr. Portis and Ms. Smith at Saldanha Station, it was around about 8 o'clock in the evening.
Just one moment. What was the time you said? No, I'm asking the witness. What was the time the witness mentioned?
2000 hours.
2000 hours.
Yes.
That's 8 o'clock. Now, whilst you were at their house, your colleague went to find Rensha, and she took a statement from Rensha. My impression earlier was that you then became aware of the third person when your colleague, after your colleague had taken the statement that you looked at.
Correct, my lord. After the statement, when we reconvened, my colleague and I.
When you reconvened?
Yeah,
So-
it was there on the scene.
On the scene. But did you ask him on the scene, on the day of the 20th, now that you've seen Rensha's statement, but what about this other person, Steffi?
I don't recall, my lord. I might have asked him. Like I said, I did bring it up. I'm sure I brought it up with the second interview. I might have confronted him on the scene.
As a wonder also, toen die ook gevraagd aangezien ik nog niet verklaren van Rensha, die we collega's gezien hebben, moet ik ook gevraagd, maar dat ik van zeker niet, als die dat waren. Tweede onderwerp om naar gevraagd.
Can you recall and state to this court whether on the scene there you read Rensha's statement before you left their place, their house?
Kan die onthou op dit toneel voordat die zo verlaten die verklaring van Rensha geweest?
I don't recall that, my lord. It was either I read the statement personally or I discussed the contents of the statement with my colleague.
En dat kan niet meer onthou nie helemaal, dus moet ik het persoonlijk geweest hebben of inderdaad gepraat ik aan collega.
The stamp that is placed, that was placed on the Rensha's statement. The statement says it was taken on 20th at 15 hours 10 minutes, that's 10 minutes past 3 and the 20th, in the afternoon of the 20th of February 2024. There is a stamp on there. Did you apply that stamp there at the premises of their house, or did you do that at the police station?
As ik stel verstelling op die verklaring van agressie, zo voor 15 als ik stel van op die verklaring als een of.
Are you talking about the statement that's not before the court yet?
Indeed, yes, indeed. There is no statement like
Because
this.
Exhibit M also has stamps.
Indeed, it also
So why don't we refer to the exhibit that's before the court?
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
Because now
Yes,
I've got no clue what you're talking about if you're referring to documents that's only in your file.
I understand.
Because this one has everything.
We deal with Exhibit M. The stamp on Exhibit M, that's a policy statement. There are two, there's a commissioner's stamp and a South African police stamp with the date 20 February 20. Where did you apply those stamps? And
Als er stems toe op jullie verklaring zou opgesteld worden op die mondelinge artikel.
That would be at Saldanha Bay, my lord, after we left the scene.
Dit sou by Saldanha SAP wees die wat na ons die toneel verlaat.
The reason would be that we don't have the stamp on our person in the field.
Die rede daarvoor sal wees dat die stamp word personeel persoonlik op ons persoon.
okay, so you're the commissioning officer of the statement that you take from him. You've put a commissioner's stamp there and you've signed it as Mayor Milstein on it. And the time that you wrote there was 1350, but you were still at their house at 1350, weren't you? You just arrived, actually.
Die was de commissaris van Ede, die het aangekomen van 15 maar volgens is dat in de op die deel geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechts in de
So am I correct? Just quickly. You took the statement, he signed, and you went back to the station sometime later that afternoon or evening. What time was it? Is that correct?
die het verklaring van hier met teken toe, die vat die verklaring naar de prestatie die namiddag rechts.
Correct, my lord.
Rechts in de baan.
And you recall that this statement was commissioned by you, or taken by you, and commissioned by you at 1350, but you went to the police station at 1350.
My
Dit
lord,
is die wat meer als ik wat verklaring genoemd hier eerder 1350, maar die was 1350.
my lord, may I just,
Just a moment. Let the witness answer.
My lord, I was on the scene at 1350.
Het was ook niet meer 1350 hier op aarde.
1350 is the time that I commissioned the oath on the witness.
Dit is dat toen die getuige zo ik heb eerder op die daar tekening zal tekenen dat getuige eerder heeft gemaakt.
Mr. Harms.
I'm not going to proceed with that.
No, I wanted to know where you're going with this.
I'm going to leave it at that.
Why are you wasting my time with questions that clearly has no basis? And I'll tell you why. On this particular stamp, on Exhibit M, we can't read it because it's faint. But we've dealt with this with the previous witness, not in the detail that I'm explaining to you now. If you look at Exhibit B, it's the affidavit of Gongota. That stamp one can read. And it reads as follows. I certify that the above statement was taken by me and that the deponent has acknowledged that he knows and understands the contents of this document. The statement was sworn to before me, and the opponent's signature was placed there in my presence at, in this case, of Exhibit M, 240220, on Saldanha 1350, so it's clearly written the wrong way around. And in Exhibit B, it's at Saldanha on 250218 at 1645. Because that's the time the person swears to the correctness of the statement. It's not the time that he puts the stamp on.
I accept that, my Lord, I accept that.
So if that's so,
it's
Mr.
just
Harris,
confusing.
please let us not ask questions for the sake of making up time. I know it's not yet 2 o'clock.
I will not do that, my Lord. I want to move on to your statement where you gave evidence about Joshlin's friend that you asked around.
Ik wil net terug gaan en verklaren wat ik gezegd heb, want iets eerder nog misschien zo vriend. Ik heb hier rondgevraagd.
Your evidence says that you found 2 children that you established had been children that Joshlin used to play with, and I'll give you
Hier is dit hier 2 kinders ontmoet, waar die voorgekomen is, kinders dat Joshlin gespeeld heeft.
The 2 names that you gave this court was Salusiwe Mfikani and Atandiwe Mtobi.
2 namen die hof gegeven. Het zijn die wisselen van de andere snappen en ik maar zoals ik gelezen heb.
My Lord, may I again request, if we are dealing with the affidavit of the witness, may he be presented with his affidavit. This affidavit has not yet been admitted into evidence.
And both those names were not mentioned. It was only the one name
Yes.
that we had this morning. Or
Yes.
yesterday.
Hier naam was dat van de volgende, niet weten.
So, just give the witness the statement. You don't have to hand it in. You can refresh his memory about that. And then Mr. Harmse can pose his question, and if it's necessary, at the later stage, if parties want to hand in the statement, so be it.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Harmse.
Thank you.
So you can take him to the paragraph, let him refresh his memory, and then we take it from there.
I see that your evidence referred to Atendiwe and Toby. In that same paragraph on your statement, you also referred to Salusiwe Mfikani.
In die verklaring is daar 2 name wat opkom. Eerst een sou wees Atandiwe Mobi en die ander is Salusiwe Mfikani.
That's correct.
Dis regsel hier daarbij.
My question around that is, you asked around from bystanders.
Hier het ons gevraagd met mensen wat daar gestaan.
Are you telling this court that those are the only 2 names that came up that were Joshlin's friends that she played with?
As ik wat ik vir jou sê is die alle as net 2 name wat opgekom het as mense wat op die persoons geskryf is vriende.
Correct, my lord. Those were the names.
Dis regsel hier daarbij is alle name.
Now, my instructions are that, and it is also in his plea, 115P, that Joshlin went off, went to play with her friend that was called Kuti. You didn't hear that?
As verteders beloof dat waar was dat Joshlin is toe echt goed gaan spelen met een vriend met de naam van de naam van
Kuti. Koetie.
Kuti.
I don't recall that name.
Ik kan niet de naam onthouden hier.
also gave evidence that you went to an address on Friday the 23rd of February, Rayland Street, Middleport.
He took the date that is not as a failure and realized that another person.
That's correct, my lord.
That's the
And if I have it correctly, you also ascertained that the person at that address was known as Gums, G-U-M-S.
Ik mooi verstaan dat die persoon wat die is was, of een achterzoek is, het niet kan doen dat die persoon zijn zo'n kans is.
Correct, my lord.
Dat is weer wat.
Now, shortly after that, it seemed to me from your evidence that on that Friday, the 23rd of February 2024, you called, it's either you, I didn't write down your who, but accused 1 and accused 3 was brought in again to SAPS, correct?
Dus voorkom dat het hele significatief niet maken. Voorkom dat schuld dat je dan is te jaren dat het ook is zelfs. En dat je is respect.
And if I remember, if I read my notes correctly, your evidence said that they were then interviewed by Captain Lombard.
Als het even moet verstaan, dat voorkom dat ze toe. Vanaf dat moment dat Captain Lombard.
My lord, they were brought in for re-questioning on that Friday. They were interviewed by Captain Lombard the Sunday.
Who summoned them, or did you go and fetch them? That's now accused 1 and 3.
My lord, there were times where I picked them up and there were times where I called Ms. Smith to come and report to me. So, when and where I don't recall.
So would I then be correct in saying that, as I understand your evidence now, accused 1 and 3 was taken on Friday the 23rd of February 2024 to SAPS and they were kept there until Sunday?
My lord, that would be incorrect.
Why is that incorrect? Didn't you just tell the court now that you interviewed on Sunday?
After each interview, they were excused, my lord.
So then that means I misunderstood your evidence when you said they were brought, accused 1 and 3 was brought in on Friday 23rd and they were interviewed by Captain Lombard. I understood that they were interviewed on the 23rd, but now you told the court, am I correct, that they were interviewed on Sunday by Captain Lombard?
My lord, they were interviewed by me on Friday and they were interviewed by Captain Lombard on Sunday.
See, your statement, paragraph 23, 24, and 25, as as I read it, and you may look at that to refresh your memory, your evidence earlier today was that accused 1 and 3 was brought in again on 23 February 2024. Your paragraph 23 starts on final 23 February 2024. A search warrant was obtained, and then you went to Rayland Street. Then it speaks of Ayanda and Ms. Lombard's residence was searched, and then paragraph 25, your statement says, at this stage it was clear that all three of the above mentioned persons had lied to some extent on their statements. It doesn't.
My Lord, I do apologize, but once again I have to ask my learned colleague to look at paragraph 24, which comes between 23 and 25. Because in paragraph 24, it actually reads, Ayanda was not home, but Miss Lombard, along with Miss Smith and Mr. Apollos, were brought into Saldanha SAPS for questioning.
I see that, my Lord. I apologize for that. I missed that little sentence. I was looking for it. So, in your
Say something.
beg your pardon, my Lord.
What does it help?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What does it help?
It tells me that they were brought in.
No, but what does it help me? If a statement is made to a witness that says X, and I'm sitting in the dock, I don't have the document in front of me, and when the prosecutor objects and corrects the situation, then the court gets an apology. Should not have been asked in that way in the first place. Either you're going to hand up the statement so that I can check for myself, or I won't allow any further questions on that statement.
I will then.
If you want to place the document before me,
Check. I'll prove it with you.
feel free. Otherwise, I will not allow any questions.
I will do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Sergeant, I'm seeing that document in front of you, that short statement that you earlier on gave evidence that you took.
Correct, my Lord.
It's a 5-page document, and at the last page, the 35 paragraphs, and is that your signature above the words opponent's signature?
That's correct, my Lord.
And it was commissioned on 30 January 2025 at 14:30.
Dat was eerder op die derde van januari 2015 of 3.
Correct, my Lord.
That's right.
You confirm that you're familiar with the contents, you typed it, you're familiar with the contents, and this is your affidavit.
Die kennis van die inhoud, dit is die klaar.
Correct, my Lord.
Yes, yeah,
Exhibit
That's
N.
in the
Exhibit N for now.
In Finelli.
That's the original, goes to the court. That one is a copy.
Marked it as Exhibit N. Unfortunately, the pages are numbered. Yes, they're numbered on the top, 1 out of 5 to 5 out of 5 in brackets, and consist of 35 paragraphs before the signature on page 505. Thank you.
Thank you, Malone. Sergeant, I want to not be much longer. I want to just get back. My main concern is accused 1 and 3 gets taken to the police station and you interviewed him, not the acting member.
Yan ang prinsip ko ng police station. Iyan ko ang nagkakulikan ng mga.
My lord, on which date is this?
The 23rd Friday.
That's correct.
Then you told this court, and you say this from first-hand experience, that Captain Lombard interviewed accused 1 and 3 on Sunday.
He said to Paul's Canada, Captain Lombard, in a dream to Arizona,
Correct, my lord.
And you also indicated that they didn't stay there from Friday to Sunday, they must have been brought back again on Sunday.
Correct, my lord.
My learned colleagues on my left here had already, let me change that, my lord. The question that I want to ask you is, according to my instructions, you transported accused 1 and 3, as well as Nina, away from their house, dropping my client off at his mother's place in Marsden. Marsden, the mother, accused 1, Apollo's mother, lives in Marsden. Street.
My lord, I'm not sure which date the defense is referring to.
On the 20th.
Is the defense referring to after the second interview?
The 20th of February, after you had finished with him at the residence in Tsitsi at Tsitsi.
Dus in 20 februari nadat hij klaar was met de Tsitsi.
You transported them to Marsden. My instructions are that you dropped off Mr. Apollo at his mother's residence.
De instructies zijn ook niet dat hij van een polis afgeleid is in Marsden adres.
It could be true, my lord. I don't recall.
Dat is moeilijk waar je kan doen.
So you can't dispute that, according to my instructions, that Q3 and 1 and Nilo were in your police van when you went to Marsden.
So de andere woorden, je kan niet ten strijd als ze besluiten in sociëteit en zelf. Number 3 and below as any difference of Marsden.
I would like to make a correction, my lord, that I don't drive a police van. I drive an unmarked vehicle. It's not a van.
Correctie is dat de politie gemerkt van mij. Het bestuur het voertuig ongemerkt.
Well, maybe I misunderstood that from my client, but you transported him and the Q3 and Nilo away from their residence where we interviewed them.
Hier wel, dat moet ik iemand voor iemand meer verstaan, maar hier wel van de van alles gewoon naar Marsden. Met besluit zoals 1 en 3 en Nilo.
My Lord, like I said, I don't dispute. It could be true, but if it is, then it was to provide them a lift. It wasn't to remove them from a crime scene.
En dit gezin van de historie, maar als het is opgegeven, dan is het niet omdat het project opgegeven is en dat kan denk
Mr. Mosty, my instructions are that you inform my client that it is better that he goes and stay somewhere else because he is not safe there because of the irate and upset community there about Joshlin's disappearance. You informed him that, and that's why you helped him to get there.
He had the force for the state that I don't want to started to learn as a minister and for the minister of the before was Joshlin. He had the state.
My Lord, I did testify that there were some conversations in that regard. I honestly don't recall that I did it on day one.
Can I just, the way I understood the evidence earlier was that you were there at the house, then you had left at some stage. And later the evening, they were brought to the police station again, or called to come in again. Miss Smith and Mr. Apollos. So now it's late in the evening.
That's correct, my Lord.
And of course, by then, from the other evidence that we've also heard, now of course the crowds have gathered and things have become a bit more volatile than what it was earlier in the day or the previous evening. That's my understanding of the evidence. So, one can understand that a discussion then takes place. Say, listen, it might be better for you not to sleep there tonight. Because you can't recall, I'm trying to figure out the probabilities here. And in that discussion, say, do you have an alternate place? Do you have an alternate place? And, okay, I'll give you a lift, let's go there.
But that is what my Lord, the court is correct in saying that. And I don't recall having specific conversations. I certainly didn't instruct them to do anything in that regard, but there were discussions that they will be made. I can't remember if it was already on day one.
But is it possible that it happened that evening?
It is possible.
The next important date, you gave evidence up to, if I made a note here, up to 5 March 2024.
Yes, it is.
You said that you took accused 3 from Seaborder, the Seaborder officers to Longabon.
From our office, my Lord, yes.
The Seaborder officers.
My Lord, we share the same premises. encamped premises, but sea border is on the one end and our office is at the back. So it would be more accurate to say that it was from our office, but it is in fact on the same premises as the sea border.
Do you have any idea, and I know your evidence that you gave regarding Minister Becky Ched, in respect of the 2nd of March, do you have any idea where accused 1 and 3 was on the 3rd of March?
I do not, my lord.
And have you learned anything or heard anything about where they were on the 4th of March?
I have learned afterwards that on the 4th of March, it would appear that they were being questioned.
At the sea border premises.
My lord, I was not present. I don't know where it occurred.
So my instructions to put to you that accused 1 was taken to sea border on the 4th of March, that you can agree with because that was your information as well.
My lord, I was off that day. I don't know. This is all hearsay that I heard afterwards.
So there are two components to it. The one is that they were being questioned. You've already said you heard that. Did you hear where they were being questioned?
I don't know, my lord.
Because the question had two components.
Did you become aware of, I know you gave evidence about the Minister Becky Ched. Did you become aware of, my lord, I don't know if the politician was a minister yet at that stage, I can't recall.
You wouldn't have seen the elections was on the 29th of May, if I remember correctly.
Gaten McKenzie.
I wasn't a minister yet, because the elections were only in May, 29th of May, if I remember correctly. 2024 in May, and the inauguration of the president was, I think, on the 8th of June, and cabinet was only announced thereafter.
Thank you, thank you, that helps.
That's, I'm not sure of the dates myself, but somewhere there in that timeline. But in February, March, as far as I know, he was not in Parliament. I know very little about some of these politicians.
Thank you, thank you. I'm at the end. My instructions are that the present Minister, Gaten McKenzie, then probably not a minister, as his lordship was just confirmed for us, came here and did you have knowledge of that? In early March, did you have knowledge of that?
Yes, my lord, it was here.
So then you can't deny, and you probably won't admit that you can't deny that my instruction from my client would be correct, He says that then Mr. Gaten Mackenzie booked him accommodation in the Wheaties Bar Hotel. They were there on the Sunday night, the 3rd. They slept there on 3rd March 2024. Did you know about that?
Let's say that very much
My Lord, I cannot provide evidence that I saw them at the Wheaties Bay. But I did hear it again. I heard that I've heard that story that they were the Wheaties.
Yeah, thank you. And what happened on the 4th and the 5th of March, you had no knowledge of. To the accused. To accused one.
Well, my Lord, the 5th, I believe, is the day I went back to them. But yes, I don't have any knowledge what happened to them. I don't know what was happened to them on the 4th. On the 5th, I know that they were arrested.
My instructions are that Mr. Wallace was arrested on the 5th of March.
I agree with that.
Lord, I'm finished. I just want to check quickly. I have no further questions, my Lord.
I just uncheck the dates because something seemed to recall the dates differently.
My Lord, according to my knowledge, the 3rd of March was a Sunday, the 4th is a Monday.
Yes, I didn't remember wrong. Look at your plea explanation. Just don't want us to be confused about the dates.
I'm looking at the plea explanation, my Lord.
Yeah, page 11, paragraph 62. There. So the 3rd of March was the Sunday. The 4th of March was a Monday, according to this plea.
Yes, it is correct.
And if I understand this paragraph correctly, they were booked in, you said a prominent politician had booked them in, on Sunday the 3rd of March. That's him and accused number 3. Where we slept the Sunday night. During the early hours of Monday the 4th, 2 female police officers came and took Kelly and I to the seaboard offices. And when they got there, accused number 2 was there already.
My Lord, yes, Monday was the 4th. They slept there Sunday night.
So,
and they were connected.
you and the witness confirm now that they were arrested on the 5th.
Yeah.
But this seems they were arrested on the 4th.
No. This doesn't say that they got arrested, they got picked up on. It doesn't say that, the plea doesn't say that they were arrested.
So the plea never used the word arrest.
it doesn't use the word arrest.
So I'm sure I'll hear a lot more about that at some other stage of the trial.
Yeah, no, my instructions are that they were not arrested on the 4th, they were picked up, but they were not arrested on the 4th. Take it from there, no more questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Swanepoel, the re-examination.
I have nothing. Thank you.
So, Mr. Harmsen, before I excuse the witness, have you forgotten something?
Although, no, I haven't forgotten something. In my consultation with aspects that was brought to my attention,
Now, I just want to ensure that our courtroom is not being manipulated by outside people
no, certainly
that forced us to stand down, start a few minutes late after the short adjournment. Then I got a request to adjourn because there were people that purportedly wanted to consult with you. I gave you the opportunity. Yes, we made it up with a lunch break, but I don't hear any questions that could emanate from anywhere else. So I just want to ensure that
I hadn't indeed forgotten the question I wanted to ask, or actually make a statement to him in that regard. I've got a note here. I did consult with people, and I will just make a statement then to this witness.
yes.
Sergeant Norstein. When I stated to you that you dropped off accused one at his mother's house, and I stated to you that, put it to you that accused 3 and Nilo was also with them, accused one's mother. So she was present there when accused 1 got out. She says her daughter was also present there. And I'm going to ask my Lord that this be admitted provisionally, because I have indicated to them if this has been admitted provisionally that they will have to come and give evidence.
Yes. So you will potentially need evidence to this effect.
To the effect that I want to need evidence, or to put to you that they will give evidence about what he said to them, he now being Mr. Mulstein, no disrespect.
That when Mr. Mulstein dropped accused number 1 of both his mother and sister was present, yes.
And then my instructions are that you then said to Mr. Pollis whether accused 3 could hear it or not in the presence of his mother and his sister, that they cannot partake in the search any further. Because it will be dangerous for them. Do you recall that?
My Lord, I don't recall saying that.
If your Lordship wants to, I can mention their names. I just thought maybe not at this stage. But I do have the names.
Yes. So those were the two people you consulted.
There were other aspects that came up, but I am not going to raise it here.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milstein. You may be excused. There won't be time for another witness. Doesn't.
May I, purely for legal purposes, if this is the case that these are people attending court now, that are given these instructions with like normal rules of evidence apply and should apply, and they should no longer be present in court if they are going to be witnesses. Same rules that applies to state witnesses.
Yes. So you're going to make a call, Mr. Haramse. I'm sure you'll have more time this afternoon to consult with the witnesses or the potential witnesses, and then you're going to make a call.
Well, on that basis of my learned colleague's submission now, it was considered, and it was a concern of the accused one's mother that I explained to you that to give evidence, then you can't attend the proceedings anymore, and that is a big concern, and I don't think that she would like to not attend the proceedings anymore.
But you can consider any way you wish to deal with it.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
So it's 25 to 3 now. But of course, we didn't take a proper lunch break, and we started this last session at 1:15. So if we had sat normal time and had our lunch break at a specific time, it would have been past 4 already. Hence, I'm not going to start another new witness now that we will clearly not finish in any event. So the matter will be postponed till Monday morning at 9 o'clock, the 10th of March. Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn will be held at Malmesbury Correctional Center, and Ms. Smith will be held at Langebaan Saps. Please ensure, as I've asked the parties this morning, that you arrange your things so that we can start at 9 o'clock. I will advise you on Monday, subject to the number of matters I will get for Tuesday for my 7:30 court round, that I do on a Tuesday morning at 7:30, whether we might have to adjust our time slightly. At this stage, it looks unlikely because the past Tuesday I started at 7:30 and I was still here on time at 9. So we'll see how it goes. But I'll know the exact number on the weekend. Thank you. The court will adjourn now. Before I leave the courtroom, those of the court officials, staff, and of the media that has to travel, hope you travel safely and return safely on Monday. Court adjourned.